My name is Khwaja Fawad Latif, and this is how I look. This is an old picture of mine. Now the hair and the beard is almost all white. Now, I'm currently working as assistant professor in the Department of Management Sciences, Comsets University, Islamabad, Atak campus. I have some experience of publishing in good quality impact factor journals that can include some of them are corporate social responsibility, environmental management, social indicators, research, total quality management and business excellence, a journal of intellectual capital, leadership and organizational development, applied research in quality of life, enterprise information management, ASLIB, journal of information management, program planning, hospitality management, studies in higher education, and recently we published in journal of knowledge management as well. I've got a few papers lined up in review, but since I've got small kids, I haven't been able to work on them, so I've been asking the journals for extensions. Now, my analytical expertise include I've got some knowledge of SPSS, SMART-PLS, AMOS, M+, R. Basically, the focus of R has been on Lavan using SCM because I don't like using pirated software. So I learned Lavan so that I don't have to use pirated software. Recently, I tried my hands at fuzzy sets qualitative comparative analysis, and Alhamdulillah, I've been able to publish something on those as well. It's a very good technique. We might have a detailed workshop on this as well sometime. Atlas.ti for qualitative analysis, but I don't no longer use it. I try to prefer QDA Minor Lite. You can search me on Google Scholar, Khwaja Fawad Latif, and you will have my complete profile. So moving on. And I'm on Publons as well. You can just put in this and you'll have all my details. So I've been conducting some online workshops since COVID. This is the time that I have thought that, okay, I can utilize this time for my own growth as well and help fellow scholars as well. And at the same time, I made my YouTube channel and I try to upload videos as whenever I get time. For the past 1 month, I haven't been able to because I was busy in some papers plus preparing for this particular session. Now, what are the session objectives? What is the focus of this particular session, or rather, what is it that we are going to talk about during this whole day? Now, the session will help research scholar, and we will be asking the very basic question that I've been asked a number of times, and that you might have asked yourself, or you might have asked your supervisor, or if you are a supervisor, your scholars, fellow scholars, your students might have asked you, where shall I start? I'm new to research. So what would be my first step towards research? Now, where are my gaps? Where is existing research and how do I locate existing research? Where is it located? What are gaps and limitations in existing research? How do I search for gaps and existing or limitations of existing research? How do I write about these gaps and limitations? It's not enough to locate these gaps and limitations. What matters is how you write about these gaps and limitations, and we'll be talking about all these things in greater detail, and I'll be taking your questions as well. For continuity, and I would request that you keep your mics off, your cameras off, and we take questions at the end of each session. So I've divided this day into different sessions. So we'll be taking questions. I'll be taking all your questions, inshallah, and I'll try to answer them to the best of my ability. Now, how do I identify and write the contributions of my study? So once you have identified the gaps in existing research, once you have identified the limitations in existing research, the next most important step is writing contributions of your study. So what is literature review? How do I structure and write the literature review? How not to write the literature review? So how can you use different tools for literature review? What is research methodology? How to write the research methodology? What to include when you are writing a paper? What to include when you are writing a thesis? What to include? Now, what are the common mistakes that one does in writing or in conducting or in research methodology? And then finally writing discussion section, including conclusion, implications, limitations, and future research directions. And we'll be talking about how to write a business research proposal. Now you might question why I have put all this thing right at the end. Why business research proposal right at the end? Well, there is an answer to it, and I'll give that to you later. Now we start with how where do I start? Where to start? It's a very complex question. It's something that requires a very detailed answer. So what I've done is that I've tried to divide this whole process of where to start in 10 different steps. Now once you follow these steps stepwise rather, you'll be able to find your way out. Obviously these are 10 steps that can be divided into maybe 100. This is not an exhaustive list, and neither it is completely inclusive of everything. So what you can do is you can obviously divide it further. You think that this something can go on to step 7 and step 7 come on to step 4 or whatsoever it is. So you can do that, but this is my understanding, or this is what I used to do, or what I advise my students to do. The first and foremost part or step is you identify your area. So what is my area of research? My area is human resource management. Somebody might have marketing. Somebody might have finance, maybe project management. Anything else? Now, once I've identified this, then the second step is you look for your topic of interest. So my topic of interest in human resource management is leadership. Now, what is a topic of interest? This is a very important question. My area is human resource management, but if you ask me to explain compensation management, I'm really sorry, I might not even know the exact definition of it, because this is not my area of interest, or rather my topic of interest. If you ask me to explain recruitment and selection, I might not be able to talk about it for like maybe 10-15 minutes or more than 20 minutes. But if you ask me to talk about training and development, or if you ask me to talk about performance management, I can do it for maybe 10, 15, 20 hours even. This is something that is my topic of interest, something that I can speak of at length, something I can read about in like wherever I am. So what is your topic of interest? Something that you can talk about, something that you love reading about. So always try to find a good topic of interest for yourself, something that you want to read about, something that you want to write about, something that you want to talk about. Now the next step is, once you have identified these two things, once you have identified and have gone through your step 1 and step 2, the next step is step 3. And from here on, your preliminary literature review search starts. And if you've studied the book by Uma Sakran, this is the first step: preliminary literature gathering or preliminary literature review. So what is available in existing research? And here what I try to do is I look for systematic reviews, those systematic literature reviews that have been done. Now why do I look for those? Because what they do is they summarize the whole of the research that has been done in the past 10, 15 or 20 years. So you do not have to go for and search 200, 300 papers. What you do is you get hold of that particular systematic review and you look into that systematic review and find out, okay, this is what has been done, and they would have recommended certain step for the future. This could be done in the future. And what theories have been used in this particular topic? Now, this is the scariest part for early career researchers. Whenever we ask our students, go look for a theory that can explain the relationships, and then they do not have any clue what a theory means, where to look for it, and what does it do. So it's important that you look for systematic reviews. But even if you do not get any systematic reviews, that's not the end of the road. You still can look for and we'll answer the question later, like if there is no issue in the voice or anything else, I'll take the questions at the end of the session. or you can put your questions in the WhatsApp group. That would be easier for me as well. Thank you. So you look for systematic reviews. Now before we go on, let me show you how do you look for systematic reviews. So we all have been using Google Scholar for long. Now I use it in a very different way. I do not like just go on and type my topic. Let's say I'm interested in servant leadership and life satisfaction. Let's say this is something that I am interested in. So I just do not go into to Google Scholar. So I do not just go into Google Scholar and just type in servant leadership and life satisfaction. No, this is not how I use Google Scholar. You have to use this professional software or website in a professional manner. So how to use it, we'll be talking about this later. But for now, let's say my interest is servant leadership. And I'm looking into, let's say, a review that might have been done in the area of servant leadership. So how do I look into the review? How do I search for a review? Let's say I write servant leadership and then I write systematic literature review. And let's say if you've got a systematic literature review, well, yes, there is one. Servant leadership, a systematic literature review towards model and of antecedents and outcomes. So you can open this, and obviously if your university has got access, you can download this as well. There is another review as well, and that's by Nathan Eva. Here it is. Servant leadership, a systematic review and call for future research. So let's see if we can download this paper and have a look what it does for us. Download. Obviously, if you do not have access, you will have to request the authors for the paper or use Science Hub as well. Okay, now here is the systematic review for servant leadership. Now, why did I say that you should look for any systematic review that has been done in the previous research? Okay, am I not good? Nobody can hear me? Hello? Hello? Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There might be some, I'm sorry, might be some internet issue. Okay. I think we left at where I was searching through the paper, or we located that systematic review, right? Okay. Okay, if somebody has got a question, they can put it in the chat box or they can WhatsApp me as well. No worries, okay? Okay, now this is the paper, Servant Leadership, a Systematic Review and Call for Future Research. A very famous paper by Nathan Eva. Now, why do I like these systematic reviews? Here is a very potent reason for this, a very strong reason. Because they've got a summary of what has been done in terms of definitions, like how many definitions were proposed and how they were defined and what are the limitations of those definitions, and they would have proposed a new, more conclusive, more complete and concise definition like they did here, and they defined servant leadership. Now they identified the measures of servant leadership, what scales are available, and what are the limitations of those scales, what are the problems with those scales. Moving on, they identified the countries where this research has been done on servant leadership. Now you can locate your country. In case of Pakistan, there has been very little research, only 5 research studies. In case of, let's say, India, there has been 3. In case of, let's say, UAE, there is no UAE or the Arab countries. So if you are like in those countries, you can obviously look for and see that there has been very limited research. See, in Malaysia, in 2009 till 2009 there was no research at individual level. There was one multi-level research, but still you can't say that this is too much of a research. Now, another part is what theories have been used with servant leadership research. So you look for those specific theories that have been used with servant leadership. What antecedents of servant leadership have been utilized? Requested to turn all your mics off, please. Thank you. Okay. And what antecedents have been used with servant leadership? What outcomes have been used? What type of outcomes have been used? And again, this is how servant leadership has been used with behavioral outcomes. So you can look, okay, these are the behavioral outcomes that have been discussed, but there could be hundreds of others behavioral outcomes as well. So what you can do is you can look and identify other behavioral outcomes that have not been utilized. Instead of searching 7-8 databases, searching through 200 300 papers, here is one paper that gives you a clear idea of what has been done. And then you can easily locate your research at what could be done in the future. Now, again, these are attitudinal outcomes, what has been done. Now, this is something that let me download this paper and I'll rotate the view to discuss this. This is particularly important, and you can use this particular thing Okay, this is a nomological network of what has been done on servant leadership. Well, yes, Riyasa, it must be very latest. This is 2019. There is another in 2020 as well. So obviously you will look for an SLR that is latest. 2019 is good enough, obviously, because it gives you an idea as to what has been done previously, and then you'll only have to look for another 2 years of data. Now, this is a clear framework of what has been done. What are the antecedents that have been taken with servant leadership? What mediators have been taken? What outcomes have been taken? Now, what you can do is what moderators have been taken. But what you can do is you can use different mediators or moderators with different outcomes, something that has not been studied before. A particular mediator might not have been studied with trust in the leader, or maybe LMX, or maybe team efficacy. So you can change the mediators and propose your own models. Now, another important thing here is there have been very few studies on antecedents of servant leadership. Majority of the studies have looked into personality traits. Kindly turn off your mics, please. Okay, allow. Okay, I'm mute all. Yes, and I'm not allowing anyone to unmute now. Okay, so an SLR will give you a much clearer picture. And again, it has to be latest. If it is not latest, obviously then it was published in 2019, so I will look into what has been done in 2020 and maybe in January or for the past 2 or 3 months in 2021. But still, I've got a clear picture as to what was done in the previous years. So this is the reason I'll go for SLRs. Let's say I'm doing knowledge management. So has there been an SLR on knowledge management? Yes, there has been one in 2016 and this one in 2018. Or you can say, let's say, has there been any after 2021? So yes, in 2020 there has been on knowledge management one SLR, another one here. Yes, Rafia, we can use a very, like, for example, something that has not been researched before, a variable that is entirely new, and we can use it in our research, but that will require justification, and we'll be talking about this during gaps. So let's say there is this paper published in Journal of Business Research, and this is a systematic review, so we can use this review as well. We can use these ones as well. Okay. Okay. So moving on. So step 4. Now, sometimes what happens is, now we have located the topic, we've got the SLR, and we know what is available. The next step is, has the top journals in your field focused on the topic of your interest? Now, this is particularly important. Sometimes we try to look for something, a topic that we find very interesting, but something that your top journals might not find interesting. Recently, this happened to us. We wrote, I wrote actually one paper on university social responsibility, and I was lucky enough to publish it. But afterwards, I wrote another 2 papers on university social responsibility. And it's been 3 years I've been submitting it to journals, but it's getting rejected. Finally, I had to submit it to one of the papers to Emerging Social Sciences Citation Index, and the other one to another impact factor journal. And I'm glad we received a review and it wasn't rejected. So something that you think hasn't been researched on doesn't make it a topic worthy of research. A topic that is worthy of research will have a research in the past years. Something on which there is no research available for the past 2-3 years might not be a topic worthy of research. So do not waste your time on a topic that you find that, okay, there is no research on it. There could be a reason that there is no research on it because this is not worthy of research. Now the next step is, you have to start reading and store relevant information. Now this is very, very, very important. The problem that early scholars face, or what they lack, is they lack reading. You cannot write unless or until you are reading. And then again, reading should be from quality research papers, not from, for example, any XYZ journal that is not even recognized by their own country. So what are quality journals and how to find them? Since we all are business and management and social sciences scholars, for me it's 4 or 5 databases. It's Emerald, it's Science Direct, it's Sage, it's Wiley. I'll share the list in the group as well. It's Taylor and Francis, it's Springer, and if I'm not forgetting, you can use JSTOR as well. So these are 7, 8. Okay, there are some others as well by Cambridge and Oxford. Obviously, you can use them as well. I hope I'm not forgetting any. So, or to make it easier for you, anything that is in the master journal list is acceptable. I'm not saying Springer is bad, but some of the journals in Springer, I don't find them that of that quality that other journals in Web of Science are. So anything in master journal list, I'll share the link as well, masterjournallist.clarivate.com. So any journal here, it's of a good quality, it's double blind, peer reviewed, and the writing and the write-up is all very good. So you can obviously look into the journal that you want to read from. If it's in there, use it and read from it. and try to read as much as possible. The more you read, the more you understand, the more you are able to reflect on how it should be written. The less you read, the less you know what should be written, the less you have the knowledge of the words that should be written. One of my students, she has this, or she had this rather, habit of reading, and but she used to read novels. And when she came with the first draft of her proposal, and it was written like something that I'm reading like a novel of fiction, like once upon a time, and she started like a beautiful day or something like this. This is not research. No matter how good you have done, later in your paper will be desk rejected if it does not start with the right phrases, with the right sentences, with the right structure. And how do you know that it is right? How do I know that if it's right or wrong? The only way to know that it is right or wrong is to read how others write it. It's not called copying, or you're not benchmarking it. You are learning, and this is how learning is done. Now, moving on. So, and then you store relevant information. Now, there are two ways to do it. One is obviously you use Mendeley, and we'll be talking about Mendeley later in detail. So you create a folder here, you store your papers, and you can obviously open the papers and highlight what you want to like store. Another way is using Excel sheet. So you use an Excel sheet and store your relevant information in that Excel sheet. I'll share the Excel sheet with you a lot as well. I'm currently working on a database, on a software that will store relevant information, because you cannot query Excel sheet. It's just data stored in tables. So I'm working on a software. I'm developing it on my own, and it's currently in testing phase. I hope it's completed sometime soon, and it will be obviously freely available. I'll share with all of you, and I'll have tutorial videos on it as well. So you can store all this information that you can see here in that database, and then you can query this particular database or information that you have stored. It's almost done, and it's in testing phases. I hope we can have a session soon, and where I can brief you all on that particular software, and then I'll share the software with you as well. For now, if someone is in a hurry to store information or write their research paper, they can use this Excel sheet where they can store the title, the objective, the research questions, the theory that has been used, the independent, dependent variables, the control variables, the mediators, the moderators, the gaps that that particular paper has addressed, the contribution that particular paper has made, the sample size, respondents, and from introduction to your final implication, a summary of everything from that particular paper could be added here. Okay, and I'll share this Excel sheet with you all in the group later. So once you are reading, you are storing relevant information, and these things complement each other. Do not, okay, another mistake that people make, they keep on reading things. They keep on reading, and they are not writing anything, and they are not storing any relevant information. So what happens is they start to forget. They start to forget where they read this particular thing. They start to forget how they read it, where they read it, and now what to do with it. Now sometimes all this reading get mixed, and they cannot like conclude from this particular reading or the particular reading that they have done. They cannot conclude anything. So there's no point just reading things. Okay, sometimes a student comes to me, or there are PhD scholars who call me or email me. We have read 50 papers, and my question is, or my comment to them sometimes feel harsh. So what? So what have you done after reading 50 papers? I've read 50 papers. So what? There's no point reading papers when you cannot conclude them. So how do you conclude them? Either you start writing what you have read. A summary of every paper might be helpful, but for me, it's my own personal opinion. Storing relevant information in a structured manner is more important than just reading and summarizing the paper on a page or in a Word document. So you need to have a structured approach, because research is something that has to be structured. Otherwise, you won't be able to get anywhere. Now, you should be able to identify where a particular information is located. Now, this is only done once you are reading. Once you are reading, you know what goes into the introduction. Once you are reading, you know what goes into the literature review. Once you are reading, you know what goes into the discussion. You then do not put things that are in the literature review into the introduction. So this is particularly important, that you should be able to identify where a particular information is located, so that you can directly jump onto that particular information, use it in your own paper. For instance, these days, if I'm writing a paper, or if I'm writing the literature review for my paper, or if I'm writing anything, maybe a revision for my paper, it takes me very little time to write those things. Reason being, I know where those things are located. Reason being, I use too much of Mendeley and I use too much of Google Scholar. So I use too much of the softwares, because it's hard for me to read 200, 300 papers. It's not easy for even maybe a Harvard professor. If you ask him, okay, you have to do a revision and you have to write a paper maybe in 6 months or 1 year, and you have to read 300, 400 papers, he might be or she might be concerned as well. And next thing is, start proposing, start writing, start discussing with experts. So I've mixed 7, 8, 9 now. Do not be afraid to discuss your concepts with experts. Write to them. Now, a concern that is very legitimate, and I've come across this concern as well, especially in Indian subcontinent, in Pakistan, in India, because these are the most of the times I'm contacted by people in these areas. I'm not sure about Malaysia or other countries. Sometimes students are writing to us, we are afraid to discuss our idea with anyone because we think that it might be stolen. This is a very legitimate concern. So what's the way out? Where shall we go and discuss? We can't discuss it with our fellow scholars even, because they do not have any idea, because they are just fellow scholars like us. So what I normally recommend them is write to esteemed or established professors. There's no written statement that they won't steal it, but they don't. This is something that I've experienced with. They are way ahead of what you are proposing. So trust them and write to them. And then start writing your research. Start writing about something. If you plan to write about the introduction, or if you plan to write about the literature, start writing your literature and get it reviewed by experts. Do not be afraid to do it. And finally, do not be discouraged and take critique openly. You will be told that this is not something that is worth it. You will be told that this is not something that can get published, and you will be told this is not how you write. But do not get discouraged. Take it openly. Last time I was like, even after writing 10 impact factor papers, I was told once, 2 years ago or 1.5 years ago, a person told me that the idea that you're working on, or the paper, it doesn't look like that it will get published. It doesn't get published. These things do not get published. I was able to publish it, and in a very good journal as well. So do not be discouraged. Take critique openly. Now, before we move on, if anyone has got a question, I'll take the questions now and then I'll move on. Just 3-4 minutes window for the questions. Yes, please. Anyone? Oh, let me open your mics. Okay, where to know experts? Okay, yes, let me answer this question as well. I recently found a website, scholarcy.com. It helps me read different parts of the... Yes, there is a video available on my channel on that as well. Scholarcy is a very good, website, but do not rely too much on it. The reason being, it takes you away from your habit of reading. So focus on those things. Just hold on, let me allow you to turn on your mics, and then Yes, okay. Please, Yasir, yes, ask your question. You're allowed to turn on your mics.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Yasir. Please go on.
Thank you. Thank you for providing this opportunity. Okay, so before we let's take this essential experts. But the question is, experts, they are very, in reality, they are too busy to reply to your emails. So, what can we do alternate option? Can we do this by we can find out your experts and send the same email to multiple experts? There's a chance that if one is one to another expert explicitly, we have less chances, but our average, we have to buy, in a certain or a short time period. So, our exclusion here is to send it to email.
Yes, most definitely you can do this. Now, you can send your question or your opinion or whatever you want to discuss to multiple experts and wait for one of them to answer. This is what I normally do. Recently, I got a review for one of my paper on fuzzy sets, and I had trouble answering one of the questions because obviously. I learned it through online or papers or things like that. So I wrote to different experts on fuzzy sets, and out of four, three of them replied. Now you, since they are experts, they have got very limited time. This is, mind you, you have your question must be very concise, precise, and objective. Rather than giving them detail of left, right, center, east, west, north, south, be very focused on your questions. Now, how do you find these experts? This is a question that has been repeated in the chat box. What are experts in your case? In your case, experts are those who have published in that particular area. Write to them, ask them for their opinion. So where do you find them? You find them through the research papers that they have published. There will be emails of those people in that particular paper. For example, I can't like show you my inbox, but I've got a reply from Nathan Eva as well on a paper that I was working on, and I needed some opinion I needed his opinion. So he replied. Nathan Eva replied. Now, when Darren Donk, an established researcher on servant leadership, I wrote to him once about an idea that we could have worked together, and I was glad he liked my idea. But then he said that we are already working on this idea. So another one, Arch B. Woodside. He's a very established name in fuzzy sets. I wrote to him about one of the issues that I faced during fuzzy sets. For that matter, FIS in America, or Hussein Olia in UK. These are established name in fuzzy sets. So I do write to them and they answer. Even Ramaya from Malaysia, a very established name in yes, you can post in researchgate, or Marco Sostet, or Christian Ringel. All of them reply. In my experience, I haven't had anyone whom I have written to and they haven't replied, apart from maybe one or two, just maybe. But from all other ways, all other cases, alhamdulillah, I've been like very lucky. They all of them have replied, so they do reply. Just send them an email, but you have to be very clear and concise in your explanation, because if you write too much of an email, a detailed email, then they obviously will have issue answering your questions because they are busy. And mind you, yes, they are busy. Because if you look at Christian Ringel or Marco Sasdet, like the papers, the number of papers they write, and they are not like people are putting their name in it. They don't just lend their name for the paper like just like that. They read those papers. They make sure that their name is going into something that is worth it. Ramaya, for that matter, is conducting workshops, teaching. So these things obviously are important. Okay, I have a question about the best approach for of SLR. For example, the paper you showed about servant leadership, what key pointer we should look for? Now, there are a number of things that you can look into an SLR. First of all, let's see, why do you want to look for an SLR? I am looking for an SLR because it gives me a clear identification of what definitions are proposed and what are the future gaps in that particular research. let me show you something here. So if this is an SLR, and why do I like this SLR? Because obviously it gives you everything here. But the best bit was this thing here, suggestions for future research. They've already given you the research problems that you can work on in your research for future. So what, and I've used them in my studies for my one or two of my papers and my students as well. What I did was I merged 2 or 3 research questions here and created one single research study. So this is how you can use existing or a systematic literature review. Search them. Once you find them, go for the future research direction sections, and they will have a clear, concise, clear statements of questions that you can use in your research for the future. I hope this answers your question. Yes, Shadab. Does this answer your question? Oh, thank you. Now, moving on. Anyone else who's got a question? Shall I move on? Yes, forums or blogs, but I hardly think that experts are sitting there and answering forums and blogs. Yes, ResearchGate is an established platform, an established forum. Yes, you can post it there. Yes, Kashmala, if you've got any question. Kashmala, you've got any question? Okay. Okay. So I'll move on now. Yes, Sabzar, please ask your question. Walaikum Salam. No, I don't think so that the expert will take on this job of reviewing the whole paper for you. The best time to write to an expert is when you are conceiving the idea of writing the paper. The best time is when you are proposing a particular framework, when you are proposing a particular theory that you want to use for your research, and you want to ask the expert if this is a viable, strong enough idea or concept that you should be working on, or is it a good enough model, with a brief paragraph on describing the model. No expert will obviously, you might be lucky enough, I'm not saying this, you might be lucky enough that he gives you or she gives you time to review your whole paper. But the other approach is, there is another approach as well that one can use, and that approach is you invite them to be a co-author. If you think your work has got enough ability and you know that an expert or input from an expert will get it published, you can invite them to be your co-author. This is something that you can do. Rabel, yes, to a certain extent, SLR from not a well-reputed journal, but still it will have some research papers, some summaries. Then obviously look into the methodology that they have used. Look into from where they have collected the articles to review them. These things are particularly important. Okay, moving on. I'll take the questions later now because we've got much more to cover. Okay, now this is one way to locate for gaps in existing research. Now, what are the other ways as well? So moving on. So this is your thesis format. Okay, last question. Let me have a look. Okay, so this is your thesis or paper format. Normally a thesis or paper will have these 5 chapters and ending with references. Obviously a literature review sometimes is divided into 2 different subsections or 2 chapters. A data analysis and results section or chapter may also be divided into 2 other chapters as well. But normally these are the 5-6 sections you have in a particular paper or your thesis. Your first chapter is introduction, your second chapter is literature review, third is research methodology, data analysis and results, and then discussion, conclusion, limitations and future research direction is your 5th chapter, and finally you add your references, and that's it. This is how your thesis and paper format is. So see, this is how This is how easy it is, and you've been afraid all your life. Now, moving on. Where are my gaps? How do I search for my gaps? How do I identify the gaps in existing research? Where do I locate or look for the gaps? Now, I've already mentioned that you have to search latest research in good quality journals, or sorry, databases. So these are good quality databases, and I'll share the whole presentation with you so you can have a look as well. Now, there are two types of gaps. One is explicit research gap, the other is implicit research gap. Let's talk about explicit research gap. Explicit research gap is something that is already written, already available. Someone has conducted a research and they have mentioned that this is our research and future research could do this. Now, where is this? Now, I'm going to take an example of my own paper here. Okay, here is another opportunity for you. If after this workshop you intend to write a paper and you are looking for gaps, and you obviously you will have to search for gaps. Don't ask me for gaps. And then you find some gaps, you can obviously write to me, send me your model if you trust me, and I'll review the model, I'll review your work, and will give my comments as well. Thank you. Now, moving on. Let's say I found a latest research somewhere. Let's say I found this research paper and I'm interested in CSR and loyalty maybe. So I found this paper on corporate social responsibility and customer loyalty in the hotel industry. And I was reading this particular paper and I found the concept pretty interesting, because this is a very latest research published in a very good journal. I'm not saying that I'm publishing in good journals, it's just like a comment. And while I'm reading through the paper, I find that there are very latest research gaps. Just one request from all of you. I can't just go back and forth due to the chat. If you've got any issues, questions particularly, just post it onto WhatsApp so I can have a look. Thank you. Now, I'm reading this paper, I'm finding this concept pretty interesting, and if I'm looking at the introduction, and I will read one introduction with you because this is particularly important. Just maybe a paper or two, I'll read the introduction with you as to what it's in there. Maybe this paper. And if I look into here, I find that there are very latest gaps, very latest references. Okay, this particular thing is very interesting and there are gaps as well. And when I look at the model, when I look at this model here, I see that, okay, this is a simple model to a certain extent, CSR, loyalty, and these are mediators. And I find this interesting. So I go into the limitations and future research directions of this study. Now I'm interested in using or taking this study forward and using this same model maybe and adding new mediators or moderators to improve this model for my own study. So how do I do this? So if I read through this, let's say the study has several limitations. First, the present study focused on only 3 countries. So this study focused on Pakistan, China, and Italy. To know the impact of CSR on customer-related outcomes in more depth, for future studies, other emerging and economically developed countries or countries with increased focus on the hotels should be analyzed. So for future studies, you can increase the sample to other countries as well. Now, second, the study was based on hypothesis using cross-sectional survey data. You can use longitudinal data, but I don't consider this as a very viable gap. And plus, doing longitudinal studies is pretty difficult with such variables. Now, future studies, okay, now moving on. Third, future studies could also ascertain the mediating role of other variables. This is something that I am interested in. This is something that can contribute to gaps in existing research. This is something that readers and the journals are interested in. testing in new relationships. But mark my words, this is not enough. Just putting in variables that have not been studied before is not enough. This is one misconception of early career scholars or even established researchers sometimes as well. Someone who has done PhD even think that, okay, I'm testing a new relationship. Why is my paper not getting published? I did answer this question earlier as well, and I'll be looking at this in detail when we are discussing research contributions. So what are these variables that you can use? So you can use word of mouth, trust, and credibility. Additionally, although CR was affected by CSR and CI, it was found to be an insignificant mediator in the model. Therefore, future research shall include it as potential mediator to keep exploring its role in similar conceptual models. And fourth, there could be other moderating variables like market orientation, government policy, or culture. Now, let's say, based on these recommendations, I develop my own model. How do I do this? Just hold on. So, what that paper recommended was, it recommended that, okay, we can have these three as mediators between CSR and loyalty. So let's say CSR, these three as mediators, and then we've got loyalty. So let's say this is your model now. So these three as your mediators, and this is your IB, this is your DV. You take this model to your supervisor, he or she approves it, you start collecting the data, you write your paper, you analyze it, all things are done, you submit your paper to a journal, and your paper is rejected. Why? Because there is a comment that this relationship or this study has already been done 6 months ago by these authors. So you are in trouble. Your paper didn't get published, but that publication was the requirement of your degree. So what would you do? Where is my fault? I took a gap from existing research and I did my research. But the problem is you only focused on one single paper for your gap. This paper published in this journal will have been studied or read by hundreds and hundreds of people. Yasir, let me complete this and then I'll take your question if it's not answered. I hope it will be answered. So what's the solution? The solution is that you look for other papers that have talked about these variables. You look for other mediators that could be part between CSR and loyalty. Do not just take all the mediators from one particular paper. Look for other papers as well. Now, where do I find these other papers? I've mentioned those databases, but I haven't got time looking into every single one of them. But let's do the easy way. Let's say I'll write all in title. Now, these are ways through which you can use Google Scholar for search. All in title means if you are looking for specific concepts on which papers have been published, and those concepts must appear in the title of the paper. And if you are looking for multiple concepts, so you write all in title. All in title. I will share all these search strings with you, and obviously I'll guide you on how to use them during the course of this session as well. So I've got all these built up, so I'll share with you as well. Here, I'll share all these. Okay, so I'm looking for all in title, and my focus is corporate social responsibility and loyalty, because I'm looking for mediators between corporate social responsibility and loyalty. Corporate social responsibility is one single phrase, and loyalty. So now what you see is, since 2020s, obviously gaps should be from latest papers. Since 2020, here are the papers, few papers that have used CSR and loyalty. So papers published in CSR and loyalty. Here are all the papers in Google Scholar that have got loyalty and corporate social responsibility in their title. Now this is our paper, and obviously we've taken the gaps from this particular paper, so there's no need to open this paper. Let's see if we can find any other paper that have talked about or discussed certain mediators, certain other mediators as well that we can use. Let's say we can use this as well. But now your problem could be that obviously your focus is on hotel sector, so you're looking for mediators that have not been discussed or should be discussed in case of hotel industry. Yes, obviously you can look for that as well, but you can look for general mediators as well and see if they are applicable to the hoteling industry as well, if you are working in the hotel industry. Let's say I like this paper. Let's open this and let's see if they have recommended any mediators as well. Well, there is this paper as well. Let's see if they have recommended any mediator as well. So there are other papers as well. Let's use one or two just to clarify how it should be done. So you open the PDF. Okay, here is one. And let's see their model and let's see their recommendations. Okay, here is their model, CSR loyalty, and they have taken identification and trust as mediator. And let's see their future research directions or recommendations. Okay, here it is. The present work is not free of limitations. This study tests hypothesis in telecommunication sector in Greece. Obviously, they are recommended they are recommending other countries as well, or other contexts as well. Okay, CSR, they are looking for obviously some other dimensions of CSR. Let's see if they are recommended any mediators, because for right now, we are looking into mediators. We are looking into whether there are certain mediators that can be used as well or not. Okay, they are saying that, okay, loyalty construct like behavioral and attitudinal facets can be used separately. Okay, they are not recommending any mediators. But the interesting part is, in this paper that I showed you, we used behavioral loyalty. This paper, this was focused on behavioral loyalty. But there are other forms of loyalty as well. So what you can do is, you can improve your model like this. Let's say I'll use attitudinal loyalty and behavioral loyalty, right? And let's say we did open the other paper as well. And let's say if they have got recommended, or if they have recommended a mediator as well or not. So where are these mediators? Where are these gaps? They are in the limitations and future research directions. And let's see their model, CSR and customer loyalty. And they have taken service quality and trust as mediators. Okay, limitations and see, they have asked about cultural dimensions as potential moderators. So they haven't asked for mediators, but they have identified moderators, cultural dimensions. See, they have recommended other mediators as well. This is their recommendation for mediators: engagement, value co-creation. So let me copy this Let me put this. So I've taken this gap from one paper. Okay, so let me put one thing here. So one gap is coming from CSR loyalty by Latif et al. The second is coming from this paper here, where I'm shaping loyalty as with two dimensions, Glavelli 2020. And the third gap is where they have referenced or provided different mediators. So let's say I change it rather than using word of mouth, and mind you, word of mouth is a dimension of loyalty as well. In one of the paper, it is a dimension of loyalty. So I read it somewhere. So let me remove this. Why should I keep this here? Because this could be an issue later when my paper is getting reviewed. So let's say I use customer experience, and let's say I use value co-creation, and these two mediators have come from this particular paper, which is written by Raza 2020. Now your gaps are not coming from a single paper, this one. Your gaps are coming from multiple papers. You have located existing research, latest research. All these papers are from 2020, very latest research. And based on those, you have proposed your model. So this is how you can use existing research to propose your models. And I strongly recommend all my scholars that try to locate gaps from at least 3 to 4 papers. Once you do that, you are in a very safe position. Now I will take your questions before I move on. Let me allow you to unmute. Okay, you are allowed to unmute, please. If you've got any questions, please ask. Yes, please. Any questions? Yes, Yasir, please. Yes, please. You are allowed to. Okay, yes, you are allowed to unmute, please. Well, if you are writing a thesis, obviously 4 to 5 is good enough. If you're writing a paper, even 2 or 3 are good enough. Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay, we will be talking about contextual or study settings. Yeah. Yes. Yes. I'm going to talk about the contextual gap, the methodological gaps, and whether they can be counted towards contribution or they are counted as gaps in a research contribution. So we'll be discussing that in a moment of time, rather, in just like maybe few minutes. So I'll be discussing that in detail. Yeah, please. Yes, please. Mhm. Yes, yes. Because hotel industry is the setting. What you can do is you can use those gaps and see whether those relationships that you want to check have been checked or already checked in the hotel industry. If not, obviously you can mention that Mr. So and so or Glavelli recommended the impact of to assess the impact of CSR on loyalty based on the dimensions of loyalty. However, with the search from existing literature, the authors could not find any research linking CSR to these dimensions of loyalty in hotel industry. So this is very plausible. Even if I'll share this paper with you, when you read this paper, we did not obviously focused on all the gaps from the hotel industry. We took our basic gap actually came from banking industry, whereby the banking industry assessed the impact of CSR on loyalty and asked for further research explaining the impact of how CSR impacts loyalty, and we used that particular theoretical gap and used it in hotel industry as well. So when you are obviously focusing on a particular industry, it does not mean that you are not contributing to the theory. You are not contributing to the literature. You are contributing to the literature and to the context as well. Yes, Riyaz Sab. Yes.
The sector, the industry, the context have different dynamics from where that perspective we are studying. So we have to keep in mind this. So that's the dynamics of the group. How we can modify it based on the dynamics of the sector, the industry, context, culture.
Completely agree. This is how you do it. For example, let me conclude by giving you an example. Let's say I want to study innovation or risk taking or a new product development, or I think innovation would be a good idea. And I start asking bank employees about their ability to innovate. This is, although the variable is correct, but the context and study setting is wrong. Bank employees anywhere in the world are not allowed to innovate at branch level. Innovation in banking is always at the top level, at the head office level, at the new product level. So obviously the variable is correct, but what you have done is you are trying to fit it in a wrong context. I hope the answers have made sense. Yes, please. Yes, Susan.
Yes, I just want to make sure that I understand what you said.
Yeah.
Do you feel that we have to specify the gaps? Some of the recommendations
No. There are two types of gaps. One is explicit gap, something that has been already been mentioned in the literature and you use those gaps to present your idea. Then there are implicit gaps as well, something that is not available in research, something that you think that could work and you are looking forward to it and you're looking for it in the databases but you can't find any research on it. Then this is uh, implicit gap, something that is not explicitly mentioned by any researchers but you can't find any research on it. Then even then you can research on it, even then that is very researchable. And this is what I normally do. I try to focus on explicit gaps rather sorry, implicit gaps rather than explicit gaps. I hope this answers the question. Okay, let me talk about the other type of gap as well, and then it will be cleared, and then I'll take your question if there is a confusion, right? Okay, Rafi has got a question that how to find implicit. We are going to talk about this now. Okay, let's talk about implicit gaps. Now this was explicit gap, something that is obviously mentioned in the literature. You search for it. This is how you search for it. Go to these databases. Go to these databases and obviously you can look for it. Now the other form of gap is implicit gap, something that is not mentioned, something that is not available. And how do you get to implicit gaps when there is not when it is not available? Now the answer is, when you are reading on a particular topic and when you are focused on a particular topic for 3-4 years, 5 years, maybe 2 years, maybe 1 year even, but you have read a lot about it, gaps will come to your mind. This is done. You will have gaps in your mind that, okay, I've been searching but I couldn't find something related to this. Let's say Here is one paper that that we published. Okay, here is one paper that we published in 2020, January 2020. And the base of the paper was that there was an existing research on entrepreneurial orientation and project success. There was a research on entrepreneurial orientation and project success published in International Journal of Project Management. And at that time, I was reading another paper by Renko on entrepreneurial leadership. So I thought that, okay, there has been a research on entrepreneurial orientation and project success. Is there a research on entrepreneurial leadership and project success? So I started searching. When I started searching, I couldn't find any. And that was way back. But obviously now you will find my research or maybe another one. So I searched for entrepreneurial leadership and project success. Sorry for the typos. So at that time when I searched, I couldn't find much research. And these two papers that you are looking at are my own papers. Both of them are my own. Still, there is no research on entrepreneurial leadership and project success, apart from my own one single study. Even if you go to any time, there is no research. How do I got this idea that, okay, this is something that I should research on? Because I knew there is a form of leadership, entrepreneurial leadership. Leadership is my area of interest. I know different kinds of leadership. So I've worked on servant leadership, I've worked on entrepreneurial leadership, I've worked on knowledge-oriented leadership. So I knew that, okay, this is a form of leadership. So I searched through whether there is a study on entrepreneurial leadership and project success way back in 2019. I couldn't find any. Okay, but hold on. Okay, let me answer this question. I'll take this: making storyboards of the topic during some, right? Yes, you can do that as well. Okay, just hold on. Now, so I couldn't find that particular research, but I knew that entrepreneurial leadership is a form of leadership. So I searched and I couldn't find it. Moving on, I also searched whether entrepreneurial leadership has been linked with in any way with knowledge management. No, there hasn't been any study apart from this, but this obviously doesn't look like it's a published article or anything. Again, there wasn't any study. So this is how you look for implicit gaps. You know, after reading through the literature, you know the concepts, and you want to look whether these concepts have been interrelated with each other. And you search through it and you can't find it. So this is how you propose your implicit gaps. Okay, I've been searching on the net and there hasn't been any research on these particular concepts or how these particular concepts are related. I think I did mention it in the introduction. See, so I've mentioned it in the contribution as well, that this is the first study. But again, it is important that you just don't write that this is the first study. What if your reviewer finds tens of studies on the same topic? You have to prove that there is no study. How do you prove? First, you search yourself using these commands in Google Scholar or those databases, search for those databases. And then when you are expressing your gaps, obviously we'll be reading one or two introductions as to how to write about gaps. And then on those gaps, based on those gaps, obviously we are writing about the contributions. Okay, so this is how you write or search for implicit gaps, something that is not available in the literature, but you know the concepts and you know that these concepts are in their early research. There hasn't been much work on these concepts lately. Okay, so this is how you search for your implicit gaps. Now there is a question and I'll answer that question, and then I'll take further questions for 5 minutes. How can we find out variables and relate different variables with our field when we should discuss our variables with the supervisor? Now this point was raised by Riyaz Saab as well, and he explained this, that you have to locate the variables and see that those variables fit in your study setting. Now, first of all, do not just locate the variable. Search for the definition of the variable. Operationalize the variable for yourself. Understand what the variable means. Once you identify and understand that this is what the variable means, see whether that particular variable with this particular definition fit your sector or not. If it fits your sector, obviously there might be certain research on that particular variable in that particular field, or in other case there might be no research on that variable in your field. In that case, you think that variable could fit. So what you need to do is read about that variable, see the theoretical background of that variable, see what theories have been used with that particular variable, and by studying those variables, their definition, the theories, you can use and identify or assess whether that particular variable could be applicable to that particular field or not, or study setting or not. Again, this has to be coupled with reading. Now, how do you search for theories? If you do, for example, you find an SLR, just like I did with servant leadership. So then there are theories are there. But if you can't find an SLR, we'll be answering that question. If you do not have an SLR, how do you search for theories? Okay. Anyone else who's got a question, allow me to unmute you. Okay. You are allowed to unmute. I'm going to take one or two questions and then I'll move forward because we've got a lot of things to cover. Yes. Yes. To a certain extent, yes, you are right, but how it is used, this has to make sense to your setting as well. Now, how do you make sense out of it that a particular variable can be used in your study setting? You have to find support for that particular outcome, or sorry, argument, through discussion or definitions that are available particular or pertinent to that concept. You have to identify that what theories have been used in existing research with that particular concept, and can those theories be helpful in explaining that particular concept in this particular area. Now, how do you search for theories? Obviously, we'll be talking about this. Yes, Mavish, theories are coming up. We'll be discussing that later. Okay, anyone else who's got a question? Yes, please. Ji Riyasa, please. Yes, yes. Yes, what you need to do is you need to, obviously, you do not just like select a variable and just try to put it in forcefully into your study. Whether that particular variable is compatible with other concepts in your model, and this, how do you do it? Again, you will have to read about that variable. You have to identify what theories have been used with these variables and how this variable has been used or related with other concepts. Once you read through the definition, once you are able to operationalize the concept, you will be in a better position to link that particular variable with other concepts. And all of this will come with reading. This won't come in one single day, right? Okay, moving on. Yes, Suleiman. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Well, they look fine to me for now, but if you want to like get your model reviewed, obviously you can email me and I'll have a look and I'll discuss it with you, right? Okay, okay. Okay, moving on. Okay, just give me a second. Where was I? Okay. And again, at the end of the day, you have to document what you have read. And again, for the documentation, we will use that Excel sheet. Now, once you have identified the gaps, maybe implicit, maybe explicit, you have identified how your model will look like, and you have given it a pictorial view. In this case, obviously, you can draw those boxes and put these variables as labels in there. And once now you are ready with the model, you know you from where you have taken your gaps, everything is ready. You present it to your supervisor, he or she likes it, that okay, the initial idea is workable, just read on it, maybe it can be improved further. And now you are about to write about your thesis, you are about to write for your thesis. Now, although what I mentioned here is the introduction, that okay, this is the first chapter of your thesis, this is the first section of your paper, more or less after abstract in the paper, but this is not always written first. It is strongly recommended that you start writing your thesis from the literature review. Now, what's the reason that you should start writing your research paper from your literature review rather than from the introduction? The reason is that you are only able to introduce your topic once you know about your topic. You cannot introduce a person who's just walking by from like maybe on your street, or maybe out right next to your office. You can't introduce that person unless or until you know that particular person. The same goes for your research. So if you are not able to understand the concepts, their definition, how these concepts are related, why they are related, how they are related, when they are related, where they are related, you will not be able to properly introduce your research. So although introduction is written in the first like at the top of it is the first chapter, it's always recommended that you start by writing your literature review, so you get to know the concepts in your paper, thesis or paper. You get to know the factors, the variables, the construct, whatever you want to call it, you know them better, so you are able to obviously discuss them, present them in a very proper, strong, concise, clear and comprehensive manner. But for now, for the sake of understanding, to make things easier, we'll be discussing what goes into the introduction. So if you're writing a thesis or paper, more or less the things are the same. When you are writing a thesis, obviously it's divided into headings and subheadings. When you are writing a paper, it's more or less just the introduction as a heading, and then there are paragraphs. But more or less the things are obviously the same. In your writing, if you are writing a thesis, obviously the chapter is much more detailed. But if you're writing a paper, the section is much more focused, concise and more comprehensive. So what you do is you start your introduction. You start with your introduction with your background. And what's a background? You start the background with identification of the value or importance of your research area or your topic in general. For example, if I'm focusing on entrepreneurial leadership, I start by writing about why entrepreneurial leadership could be important. Why is it important to study entrepreneurial leadership? And at the end of this particular introduction, like what to include, what not to include, I'll be reading one introduction with you on one of the papers, so you know how it is written and how it should be written. So we'll be doing that particular thing practically. So you start with the value of your research. The next thing is the value of your topic. If you are focused on a particular study setting, for example, if I am focusing on hotel industry, why this particular topic of CSR is important in hotel industry. So you start with a general introduction of why a particular topic is important. And once you have done that, right, written 3 or 4 lines on the importance of your research area or topic, that may be CSR, the next step is your value of your topic. Requested all to kindly please mute your mics. Thank you very much. Let me just, thank you very much. Sorry for the inconvenience. Okay. So your value of the topic with respect to your study setting. So if you are studying CSR in hotel industry, why should I study CSR in hotel industry? What's the importance? So you start with the background, and this is how you start writing about the background. And next and most important thing that obviously is read by the reviewers. And you know what important is? Okay, I'll take that fact sheet later. I'll discuss that fact sheet later. Existing research on the variable. So if you are studying certain variables, if you are studying certain concepts, if you are studying certain factors, you write about what relationships have been studied, what has been done in existing research. One of the problems with early career scholars is once they look into the gaps and then they identify the gaps and they have made up their model, they are out of they feel that they are out of this world. They feel that they have achieved something beyond their own imagination, and they just jump into writing that these are the gaps of my study without identifying that you have to first identify what has been done and then situate your gaps rather than just focusing on, okay, Latif said that this could be the mediator, or Ali said this could be the mediator, or Smith said this could be the mediator. This is not good research. The reviewer is not looking for your gaps. They know that these gaps are there. Once they look at your paper, once they look at your paper and model, they know that this is a good model or not. Just presenting a good model with multiple mediators and a moderator, a complex model, is not enough. I've seen very good papers published in very low quality journals because the scholars weren't able to express what has been done, what gaps are prevalent, what are the contributions. And I've seen very weak papers published in very good journals because the writing style was very good and they were able to express their variables, their gaps, their contribution in a very articulate manner. I'm not saying that these are the only things that are important. Everything is important. Okay, rationale for addressing the existing gap. Okay, I will be discussing that as well, Ryasab. Thank you. Okay. Yes, obviously, there should be a rationale as well, and that is the most important thing when you are obviously mentioning the contribution of your study. And we'll be discussing contribution as well. What happened? Okay, now the theoretical lens. One of the major reasons that the paper is rejected is the lack of clear identification of the theory. You fail to identify what theory are you going to contribute in. You fail to identify what theories are you going to use to express the relationships. Again, requested please WhatsApp. I can't just open these messages again and again. Thank you. Obviously, every example will be given, inshallah. Every single example will be given. I'll be discussing the whole introduction with you practically on how it should be written on one of the papers. This is just to give you an idea as to what to include. So you have to mention the theoretical lens as well. Following this, you will have to mention the problem statement. Now, once you have identified these are the gaps, this is what has been done, these are the gaps, this is what requires to be done, and this is my theoretical lens, this is the theory that can be used to explain these particular relationships, or this is the theory that I'm going to use in this study. You are now ready to present your problem statement. Now, problem statement, once that is written, Obviously, research objectives and research questions are actually part of your problem statement. Both your research objectives and research questions actually flow from your problem statement. How they are done, I'll show you practically. Then you mention your research contribution. Every single thing will be discussed practically. So just bear with me for a few moments. And then your study significance, we do not write about the significance of the study in a research paper. Rather, we write theoretical implications at the in the end of the discussion. Study significance would mean that you mention the economical significance, social significance, individual level significance, or maybe different types of significance of your study. And then the operational definitions. Obviously, when you are writing a paper, you do not put operational definitions in the first chapter. It's the thesis that you put your operational definitions in the introduction in chapter 1. Sometimes they are mentioned in methodology chapter as well, but I prefer them in the introduction chapter. And then your structure of your thesis. And obviously, in research papers, some journals prefer proposed structure of the paper as well. So this is how you write your introduction section. Now, how do you start? There is a debate going on, and students ask us as well, where do we start? How do we start? So you start with the value of your topic in general, value obviously in the study setting. But shall we start from the dependent variable, independent variable, or the mediating, moderating variable? You would have seen papers where they start from independent variable. You would have seen paper there where they start from dependent variable. You might have seen papers there where they start the research paper from mediating or moderating variable, or you would have seen papers there where they start right from the study setting. So where shall we start? I normally start my papers like this. So I focus on the variable around which I have concentrated my gaps. A number of scholars, academicians, supervisors ask their scholars to start from your variable of interest, the criterion variable, the dependent variable. Well, I have a different opinion here. I do not start my paper always from the dependent variable. Sometimes I start from the independent variable. Sometimes I might start from the study setting. Sometimes I might start from the mediating variable. I do not like moderating in my studies anyway. And sometimes I might start from the dependent variable. But why? Where shall I start? The focus is always on the study limitations and gap. Where are my gaps located? If my gaps are revolving around the independent variable, I start from the independent variable. If my gaps are revolving around the dependent variable, I start from the dependent variable. And the other that I've discussed. Again, listen to your supervisor. Rabia, I'll answer this question. Just give me a second. So, moving on. Now, if you are starting with the IV, after identifying its value importance, you can start focus on how it relates with the DV. Now, obviously, in research, you are looking to relate different variables. So once you have started with the IV and you have identified its value, then you focus on how it relates with the DV. And if there are mediating variables or moderating, then you focus on why the relationship is not direct and that there are other variables between this relationship needed to be interpreted. So you start on providing rationale for your study. As mentioned by Dr. Riaz, that you mention the variables and rationale for your study. Why mediators should be studied? Why this IV should be studied with this this DV? And mediating, why this mediating variables are helpful? Because they might be explaining the mechanism of impact. Following this, the scholar can state the existing research that has been identified and several gaps pertinent to the relationship of the variable. This is one way to start your introduction. Now, what if, okay, there is an example paper and I'll go through the example with you. If you are starting with the DV, so once you have identified the value or importance of the DV, you start how it is affected by the IV. And further, if there are any mediating variables, you focus on how the mediation is there and why studying mediation is important, and then how these variables are related, what gaps are prevalent, and why these gaps should be studied. Example paper, and I'll share all these examples paper, and you can read the introduction and later come back to me if you've got any questions. Now, what if we do not want to start from the IV, we do not want to start from the DV, we do not want to start from the mediators, we want to start from the study setting. For example, gaps may be concentrated around the study setting, for instance, higher education. So the scholar may start with the topic is important for particular study setting and further identify how particular topic has limited in a particular study setting. So you focus on the study setting. For example, a number of our papers lately have been on knowledge management in higher education. So we did not start with the enablers of knowledge management. We did not start with the outcomes of knowledge management or the DV. We started with knowledge management in higher education. And why studying these enablers and its impact is important in higher education. I'll show you one of the examples as well. Okay, here is the example paper and that will be shared as well. Now, how do you write an introduction? Okay, we have discussed all these things and now I'm going to practically read an introduction with you so that you can see how it's written, and then we'll be discussing and I'll be taking your question at the end. Okay, here is a paper and I'll be reading the whole introduction with you. Now you know that what goes into the introduction, those 4, 5, 6, 7 things that go into the introduction. Now this is a paper that is published in International Journal of Hospitality Management, Corporate Social Responsibility and Customer Loyalty in the Hotel Industry Across Countries, study by Khwaja Fawad Latif, Andrea Perez and Umar Farooq Saibsar. Now the focus of this study was on hotels. The setting was hotels. Now if you look into here, introduction, and let's read it. So the first thing that we said that, okay, when you are writing the introduction, you should start with the value of your topic in general. So generally, why this particular topic or studying this particular topic is important. Now, in this case, our topic is, obviously there are multiple concepts in this particular. Okay, there are multiple concepts, CSR and loyalty. So we could have started with CSR, we could have started with loyalty. But in our case, when we were doing this paper, we thought that most of our gaps are actually linked to CSR. So rather than starting with CSR as a general, we started our focus and we had a very focused approach on CSR in hotels. So we started with CSR in hotels and we skipped value of the topic in general. So the general importance of CSR was skipped and we instantly focused on value of the topic in your field area. Why there is a need to study the concept. So if you look here, so we started like this. And how did we start? Let me just like highlight it a bit. In satisfying the growing needs of hotel guests, there are many negative impact of these companies in the society, such as air and noise pollution, biodiversity loss, waste generation, and non-compliance with fundamental labor standards, according to Chen 2011. Now, the hotel industry already accounts for 1% of global emissions, and this is set to increase as the demand continues to grow. Now, recently, the International Tourism Partnership, this is their reference, has provided a clear and practical response to the core sustainability issues the hotel industry is facing. Now, this organization sends a strong call to action to the wider industry, and while you're reading this, you will understand studying of CSR in the hotel industry, why is it important? And let's move at the end. Okay. So emphasizes the critical importance of using Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs famously called, as a focal point to drive sustainable growth, reduce greenhouse emissions, open the industry to young people through employability programs, raise awareness of human rights risks, include human rights into corporate governance, and address risk arising into the labor supply chain during hotel construction. So this is something that is recommended by the United Nations climate change. Now, with this background, this is why CSR should be studied in, this is the value of CSR in hotel industry. But this does not end here. In keeping in view this background, the issue of CSR in the hotel industry, for this purpose, in the last decades, hotel managers have been especially worried to present corporate social responsibility as a strategy to accomplish corporate goals. Now, this is the value of CSR. Moving on, while also minimizing the negative impacts of their activities on natural, cultural, and social environments. A CSR strategy incorporates the societal and environmental obligations of the companies towards. So, what does CSR do? Why is it important? The whole first paragraph is on why CSR is important in hotel sector. So, you start with the importance of that particular concept in your study setting. But this does not end here. So CSR has also become a relevant strategy for hotels because they expect it to yield positive responses from customers. With increasingly fierce competition in the industry, satisfying and sustaining customers is crucial corporate goal of CSR, and CSR is expected to help achieving it. Now, once you have identified CSR as an important concept in the hotel sector, you now link CSR with your dependent variable, because CSR was your independent variable, and your dependent variable is actually your customer and its outcomes. So once you have identified the importance of CSR, you start linking CSR with the dependent variable, customers. And with increasingly fierce competition in the industry, satisfying and sustaining customers is a crucial corporate goal, and CSR is expected to help in achieving it. So CSR is very important for customers. And then you mention your variable. In this context, customer loyalty is a key illustration of how customers display their approval. And so this is CSR, your independent variable. This is why it's important. This is how it is linked to your dependent variable. This is why its study with the dependent variable is important. Now, two things done. Importance identified. And several scholars have tried to determine the relationship between CSR and loyalty with more or less success. Now you are focusing on your gaps. What gaps are prevalent in existing research pertinent to CSR and loyalty? It is not just fine to explain, okay, this is CSR, this is how important it is, this is loyalty, and this is how both these relationships, or this is how the importance, or this is how important it is to link CSR to loyalty. This is not enough. You have to mention their gaps in existing research. So here are your gaps. Nevertheless, whether CSR satisfactorily explains customer loyalty in the hotel industry is still not empirically clear. So it's not clear how CSR influences loyalty in the hotel industry. This is, you are now starting to express your gaps. You are now starting to present the gaps in existing research. And hence, this issue requires further research. More precisely, two specific research gaps persist along this line of research. So now what are your gaps? Again, I have to reiterate. Mention the value. Mention how that particular variable is linked to your dependent variable, or if you have started with the dependent variable, mention how it is linked with the independent variable, and then mention how this relationship is still not clear. And how do you do it? You present the gaps in existing research. Now, moving on. Once I'm theoretical lens, Kashmala means theory that you are going to use, and we'll be discussing that just in a just like quickly. Do research questions follow or precede research questions? Okay, once you have problem statement, then you have research objectives, then you have research questions. I'll be looking at the examples of this just like now in a short span of time. Okay, so your gaps. First, customer loyalty is agreed to be a complex goal for companies. So it's a very complex concept, loyalty. It's very hard to achieve loyalty. And only based on this thing, I'm currently writing 2 more papers. Just on this particular line, that loyalty is a complex concept. I'm using this particular line to write 2 papers. Because it's a complex concept, there could be many factors that could be affecting loyalty in a particular sector. So there couldn't be just 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 factors. There could be hundreds of factors. So you can use these factors in different studies. And you can use just this style of writing and framework for your own study as well. Because it's already published, why not use it as a template? So the conceptual models that have been proposed to describe its formation, since it's a complex concept, the models that have been coming in, or the models that are getting published, they are coming and producing new variables in explaining how CSR influences customer loyalty with more explicative power, more mediating variables, more factors that present how CSR or how other factors could influence loyalty as well. For instance, prior literature suggests that engaging in CSR activities in the hotel industry is associated with the number of positive outcomes. Now there is something we are confused. We are confused as to how do I present my mediators to the reader. Now what is a mediator, you need to ask yourself. A mediator is a variable that is an outcome of independent variable, and later it influences the dependent variable, like it becomes an antecedent for your dependent variable. So how do I present this, that these variables are actually mediators? So what you can do is you can write these 3-4 lines like this, whereby you write that okay, CSR, whereby you express that okay, this is how CSR influences these mediators, and then you give reference, and later you mention that these mediators in other studies, these outcomes have also been found to impact loyalty. So these 4 variables in these 3 lines I have mentioned, that these 4 variables are the outcome of CSR, and these 4 variables are influencing loyalty. So this is how you explain, okay, yes, these can be mediators. And this is very important when you are writing a paper with mediators. Students normally ignore this. They do not justify their mediators. Again, as Riaz Saab mentioned, rationale is very important. Nevertheless, the mediating role of all these 4 variables has not been taken into account in a single study. Consequently, the specific mechanisms through which customer perceptions of CSR affect loyalty have not been clearly established. Now, this is your gap. There hasn't been much of a study that looks into how CSR affects loyalty. For instance, existing research has shown that CSR in fact is an indirect factor predicting outcomes. Therefore, it influences loyalty outcomes through more proximal factors. Nonetheless, existing research on indirect impact of CSR on loyalty in the hotel industry is scarce. It is not just enough to mention that the research is scarce. You will have to identify what research has been done so that the reader knows, okay, you have read the background, you have read existing research. What normally students do is they write lines like this, these lines. But they fail to write these lines. They fail to write these lines, whereby explaining the need for your research, the rationale for your research, whereby explaining what is available in the research. They fail to clearly identify the justification for research. Okay. So what has been done along this line, Chen and others, et al. Means and others, only assess the total impact of CSR on loyalty. Martinez and Rodriguez del Bosque, 2013, assessed the mediating role of, so these are the mediators that they assessed in Spain. Liu assessed the mediating role of these. I don't know how to pronounce this. They assessed the mediating role of this, while Yu and Wang assessed the mediating role of these. Nevertheless, none of the existing research has assessed the mediating role of these variables. So this is how you situate your research based on the existing available research. Again, this might sound easy to a certain extent or might sound difficult. So how do I do it? Read in your area and take notes. Very important. Now I've justified, I've explained why these mediators need to be studied. So once that is done, second, even though the growth of CSR activities by the hotel is increasingly apparent, the question remains whether CSR expectations, perception, and responses are the same across different countries. Now, the second gap was pertinent too, because this was a multicultural study. So, it is not enough again. It is not just enough to say that, okay, there hasn't been any study on multicultures or multiple countries, so I am the one doing it. No, you have to identify why this study is important. Why should you study different cultures together? Despite the recognized importance of investigating customer diversity, the debate regarding if and to what degree national culture differences should be considered remains unresolved. Again, gap. The task of creating a great experience is more daunting at a global stage, as many hotels enter foreign markets and find themselves in a whole new culture. Consequently, understanding what constitutes a valuable customer experience becomes a question to be tackled for hotels seeking to be successful in global market. This is why it is important. This is why cross-cultural research is important. So if you are presenting a gap, it's not just enough to present that, okay, this particular variable should be studied, this particular variable should be the mediator, this particular variable should be an independent variable, this particular variable may be a dependent variable. The issue is you need to identify why it is important to study this variable with this particular concept or this particular variable, or why studying this relationship is important. And again, all these lines explain this why aspect. Why cross-cultural research is important. Not just that, okay, this cross-cultural research. Why I have taken these three countries, we have further discussed this in greater detail in the rest of the paper in the literature review as well. So once you have identified the gaps and you have identified why this research is important, you start mentioning the contributions of your study. So not just mentioning the gaps, based on the gaps, you have to mention the contributions of your study as well. So once you have identified the gaps, okay, this is the gap in existing research. This is something that has not been studied before. So once you have done that, you now mention, okay, how are you going to use those gaps to contribute to existing research? Now look at this, and your contributions are obviously based on the gaps that you have identified. How? Look at this. In covering these gaps, the study provides several contributions to previous literature. First, given the relative scarcity of available integrative research, this paper responds to numerous calls from scholars to ascertain the mediating mechanisms through which customer perception of CSR impact loyalty in the hotel industry. Now see the wording. This paper responds. This study adds to the body of knowledge. This study adds to the literature. What is this study adding to the literature? The mediating mechanism between CSR and loyalty. Because we have already identified the gaps, this is how you write about the contribution based on those gaps. Further, similarly, okay, these are not the mediators that have been taken, so this is something that has been mentioned. With respect to theory, so we have mentioned the theory as well. I'm really sorry I didn't mention this earlier. Now see, this is the theory that we have mentioned, the theoretical lens that we are going to use, the theory that we are going to use to identify how different variables are related with each other. Now what is my contribution to the theory? You can't just identify the theory and that's it. No, what is your contribution to the theory? This is how it is done. Okay, just hold on. To the best of our knowledge, previous empirical studies in the hotel industry have not incorporated the identified mediators. Okay, consequently, there is a limited understanding of different routes. Okay, additionally, yeah, this is your theoretical contribution. Additionally, the present study integrates three theoretical approaches, that is social identity theory, stakeholder theory, and signaling theory. In doing so, it explains previous studies that it expands previous studies that have based on social identity theory perspective almost exclusively to understand CSR loyalty. So previous studies have only focused on one theoretical lens or one theory. This study takes into account different theories and studies these concepts in light of those different theories. So this is the contribution of this research into the theory. I'll give you another example of this as well because this is very important. And finally, your contribution pertinent to cross-culture. Now here you mentioned the gaps pertinent to cross-cultural research, and here you mentioned the study will add. There we use the word respond, here we are using the word add to cross-cultural. So what you are doing with your research based on the gaps is your contribution, and they are always based on the gaps that you have previously identified. So this is how you write the introduction for your research. Moving on, and then I'll take your question. Just let me complete this introduction bit, please. Thank you. Okay, if you are looking for theory, you can't find a theory, how do you search for a theory? So I built these strings and I'll obviously share them with you. Let's say I am working on the concept of satisfaction with leadership and I'm looking for a theory. Okay, what theory has been used? So what I can do is I write this string. Okay, the title should have leadership and satisfaction, and within the text of the paper there should be the word theory. So when I write and I just press enter, I find that okay, any theory here, any theory. There is leadership development theory. So here it is, path goal theory. So they have used path goal theory with leadership and satisfaction. So I can use maybe, let's say if I'm working on knowledge oriented leadership. So now what is my contribution to this theory? Knowledge oriented leadership might not have been studied with path goal theory. So I'm studying knowledge oriented leadership in light of path goal theory. So this is how you can search for theory, and obviously that string will be shared as well. Okay, now your problem definition. How do you write your problem statement for a thesis? It's a concise, clear, precise statement. Sometimes in Malaysia or some other countries, a problem statement is very detailed because it includes the background as well. Problem statement by itself, at the end of that background is 2 or 3 lines that explain the whole thing, right? So after you have read the literature, after you have read the existing research, now you have gathered the initial information, you are now in a better position to present what you want to research about, and that is your problem statement. What is the issue that you want to discuss? What is the issue that you want to research about? So what is the anatomy of the problem statement? What does it include? So let's say this is our problem statement. Determine the extent to which career satisfaction mediates the relationship between servant leadership and life satisfaction in higher education institutions. So if we look at this problem statement, we've got subjects that we want to study, that is servant leadership, career satisfaction, and life satisfaction. We've got verbs, impact and mediation, and we've got object, the study setting, higher education institutions. So this is the anatomy of your problem statement. So your problem statement must have these 3 things, right? And this is the source is Research Methods for Business, Skill Building Approach by Uma Sakran. Now, how does problem statement lead to research objectives and research questions? So this is your problem statement. Determine the extent to which career satisfaction mediates the relationship between servant leadership and your life satisfaction. Now, based on this particular statement, I've derived these 4 research objectives. First one, impact of servant leadership on life satisfaction. Second one, impact of servant leadership on career satisfaction. So the first is IV to DV. The second is IV to MV. The third is ascertain the impact of career satisfaction on life satisfaction, mediating to DV, and the last being the mediating role. And the same four objectives are now given the form of a question. You just need to use different words so there is no repetition. Now, once your questions are answered, your objectives are achieved. And once your objectives are achieved, your problem is solved. So this is the relationship between research questions, research objectives, and problem statement. Now, and we'll be discussing now the theory. So let's take a few questions and then I'll be moving on with the rest of the stuff. So now there is one reason that a lot of papers are rejected, and that is because your lack of theoretical contributions. That we have written a paper, we have identified the gaps, we have tried to fill the gaps, and now we have written our literature, we have written our done our analysis, presented the paper, sent the paper, and the issue being that there are no theoretical contributions. This could be the reason that your paper might be rejected, and one of the most strongest reason that your paper is rejected. So what is a theory? Now, theories have the potential to explain a phenomena or phenomenon. This puts theoretical works squarely ahead of mere descriptive survey work, which just states phenomenon or phenomena as they are. So what it does is it helps you explain a particular phenomenon. What if there has been no research on a particular relationship or two particular concepts being interrelated with each other? How do you write about why this particular concept or one particular concept is related with the other concept, or one variable related with the other variable? So a theory can help you explain these relationships. Theory is necessary and useful in most business and management research. Examiners expect to see propositions and hypotheses supported by theory or theoretical concepts, perspectives, and for empirical findings to be explained by theory or theoretical concepts and perspectives. So when you are sending your paper to the reviewers or examiners, they like their theories. They like these concepts, these relationships, these factors or interrelationship between variables explained in light of theories. Now, most business and management research explains or aims to explain a particular behavior, such as choice of an outcome that is associated with individuals, let's say leaders, employees, and customers, or groups that may include work teams, companies, and countries or systems. Theories can explain such behaviors. Theories can explain why a particular leadership style influences a particular outcome in an employee. For example, in an organization, we find our employees, or in one organization, we found employees to be very helpful towards each other and towards the customers. Now, when we assessed the leadership style, we found that the leadership style was servant leadership. Now, what theory can you use to explain the relationship between servant leadership and the helpful behavior of the employees? You can say that two different theories can be used to explain these relationships. You can use leader-member exchange theory or social learning theory, because the individuals or employees might have learned this particular behavior from their supervisors or leaders. So this is how, or there might not be any research on these relationships, but still you need to explain, you need to propose a hypothesis linking these concepts. So how do I do this? I look for a theory. How do I look for a theory? I have added all my variables, or sorry, rather my papers in Mendeley, and I write here theory. And then, for example, in that particular paper and in that particular folder, I find what theories have been used with that particular concept, or the other way around, as we did here. In Google Scholar, we build our search string linking satisfaction or maybe learning or helpfulness with leadership and what theory have been used. So this is how you can locate theories pertinent to a particular concept if you do not know of the theory that may be used. and then read through the paper and make sure that it makes sense. Do not just copy and paste the theory from the existing research. Read through those particular papers that you find interesting. Now, for example, theories may be used to explain why some companies are successful while others are not. For example, you can use resource-based view to explain what makes one company successful than the others, because one might have better resources in comparison to other companies. So resource-based view will be helpful in explaining the resource advantage the companies might have or the organization might have that differentiates it from an unsuccessful company. Now, what are the elements of a theory? So what's included in the theory and how it helps explain a particular concept, and how do you add to a particular theory? So we'll be discussing these things now. So Witten 1989 argues that theory contains 4 essential elements. The first one being what? The factors in the theory. This includes the constructs in the theory. So there could be different constructs in the theory. For example, you are doing, let's say you are focusing on a theory, let's say, let me give you an example. Let's say this is a theory and this is theory of reasoned action. So what are the factors? There is behavioral beliefs, there are normative beliefs, there are control beliefs, perceived behavioral control, PBC, subjective norms, attitudes towards the behavior, the intention and the behavior. So these are the factors that can lead to these particular outcomes. So this is what we mean by what. How these factors are related. How do these arrows move from one variable to another variable? Let's say behavioral beliefs and evaluation of results lead to attitudes. Normative beliefs and motivation to comply with reference leads to subjective norms. Attitudes and subjective norms lead to intention. Intention leads to behavior. Now this is your theory of a reasoned action. But the most important thing when you are presenting a theory for your research, when you are elaborating a theory for your research, and when you are identifying that, okay, this is the theory that I'm going to use in my research, the most important thing is this element of why. If you are putting in new concepts in the theory, that concepts that have not been discussed in detail with this theory in the past, it's not just enough, as I've mentioned previously, it's not enough just to mention, okay, these variables or these factors I'm going to study because certain professional or certain author have mentioned that these factors should be important, it should be studied. Again, while reading the introduction, I did emphasize you need to elaborate why these factors are related, why these factors should be studied, what's in it for you or the sector to study these issues. What if you do not study these factors? What could be the issues for the business sector or the management sector? Why is it important for these factors to be related with each other? Anything that you can think of with respect to why should be there. So this is the key or critical aspect that should be mentioned when you are writing about your theoretical contribution, because this is your theoretical contribution, why the factors are related. And then the other elements include who, where, when, which represent the boundary conditions, your moderators. Help explain what could possibly change or what could possibly change the existing prescribed relationship, obviously the moderators. And who refers to the level of analysis, like is it individual, departmental or organizational level. And where refers to the setting. None of this would matter. None of this would matter even if you have got new factors, even if you mention this is how they are related, even if you mention these things, none of this would matter unless or until you clearly explain the why aspect. So your contribution lies in the why aspect. So a model is a representation of a theory which is generally shown in graphical or mathematical form. So what is a model? Model is your representation of theory that is represented in a graphical or mathematical form. Now the contribution of your research. The purpose of academic research is to add to our knowledge or understanding of a given topic of interest in the academic community. So if something is not researched, if there is little research on a particular concept or how different or how different concepts are related, obviously then we go for new research or academic research or fundamental research or basic research and do that particular research. In a general sense, research is concerned about understanding how the world works. Researchers from different fields and subfields focus on understanding how small part of the world works. Obviously, you can't study the whole of the population and then you are studying a particular sample. So, obviously, you study if the sample size or sampling technique is not adequate enough, your study might not be generalizable and you are focusing on a particular setting. So, for example, let's say marketing researchers add to our knowledge on marketing related phenomena, non-profit marketing researchers add to our knowledge on non-profit marketing related phenomena. So, what is knowledge discovery? Scholarly research aims to discover new knowledge. By identifying the deficiency or gap in our knowledge archived in the scholarly literature or what has been done in previous research, what you do is you locate that research, what has been done in existing research, and then you focus on developing concepts, interrelationship, and discover new knowledge. And based on that new knowledge discovery, you contribute to the body of knowledge. Now, moving on. If this issue is not addressed effectively, your article will be weak regardless of the methodological quality of the study. No matter how well your article is written, no matter how methodological or the methodological quality, analytical quality, these things will only complement your study if and only if you have identified the proper gaps in your research and you are properly discovering new knowledge and contributing to existing research. We try to hurry up, as I mentioned earlier. Once we have identified the gaps, we are over the moon and we start writing. We should focus and take our time reading what has been done, identifying the theories that are present or prevalent in existing literature. And based on those theories, we should start preparing our write-up and identify adequate, proper contributions of our research. Okay, a new context is not a contribution. You cannot say that some research may be done in America, so I'm doing it in Pakistan, so this is a new research. No, a new study setting, a new context, unless or until the relationships are like very new. Maybe one or two studies are available in the other context, but in the other context there is no research. You can claim that okay, there is something that you are adding, but in general it is accepted that a new context or new study setting is not a contribution. So one error that researchers sometimes make is to assume that since a study has been conducted in a different context, this represents a literature gap. Collecting data from a country in which prior research has not collected data is not a contribution to the literature. It's a replication. So you are not doing something new, you are just replicating a study. To a certain extent, some people say that this is a contribution, but it is not a contribution. If you want to make a sincere contribution to existing research, search for new relationships, search for variables that have not been studied in existing research. Maybe, for example, new mediators, new moderators, new IVs, factors affecting the other variables. Now, collecting data from an industry or type of organization in which prior research has not collected data is not a contribution to the literature. This common error is a result of the researcher failing to have a perspective of a social scientist. So you need to look for new relationship, and not just new relationship. Do not just focus on what, because new relationship will let you focus on what factors should be studied. you should also focus on why. As discussed previously, social scientists think in terms of interconstruct relationships. A gap in our knowledge or literature gap is the result of an interconstruct relationship that has not been previously examined. So something that has not been previously examined obviously will constitute a gap. So moving on. So new relationships, new antecedent, new outcome, new mediator, new moderator. This is your knowledge discovery, and this is your contribution. So what your focus should be on, rather than just focusing on what factors have been studied. So you are just proposing, okay, CSR has not been studied with life satisfaction, so I am the one who is studying CSR with life satisfaction. This is just the what aspect and how aspect. You need to focus on why this should be studied. What and how will describe the relationship. You need to explain why this relationship should be studied. Why will explain or give you the reasoning. Why will explain why this relationship is important to be studied. What's in it there for the literature. So, and then moving on, obviously, on whom you are conducting the study, when are you conducting the study, where are you conducting the study, they can be complementary contributions. The why aspect is more important. Now, we have already seen some examples and we have read it as well while we were reading the introduction. So, I'll give you one more or a few more. We make the theoretical contribution by the process, by explaining the process by which ethical leaders influence employees to engage in citizenship behaviors which benefit those outside the organization. In doing so, we address the calls of Gond and others 2017 for more work on draw on social learning theory. So they are using social learning theory to explain the influence of ethical leaders on employees, because in existing research there hasn't been much research on social learning theory through ethical leadership and employees engagement in citizenship behavior. So this is how you mentioned your contribution, and this is what contribution looks like. So before we go on a break, if you've got any questions, please feel free to ask. You are allowed to unmute. You can ask your questions, please. Yes, Yasir.
Okay, as you told about the gap or the contributions, can there be any just one methodological contribution, and based on that methodological contribution, you can measure it? Because there are some channels like quality and quantity, I guess, and that specific focus of that channel is on methodological contributions. But there are also channels that focuses on that. So based on methodological contributions,
Yes. Yes. You can solely publish on your methodological contribution. My one of my papers is in review, and that paper does not check any new relationships, none at all. It's just purely a new methodology that I'm using for my research, and that paper is in review, and hopefully inshallah it may be published. So yes, if you obviously methodological contribution won't be that easy. First you need to understand what methodologies there are, maybe analytical methodologies or data collection methodologies or other kind of methodologies. So then you have to focus on what methodological contribution can you make, and based on that obviously your methodological contribution should be sound and strong enough to warrant a publication. But if your question was that can you solely publish on methodological contribution using a new methodology that have not been used before to test those relationships, yes, you can do so. Yes, next question please. Anyone else who's got a question? Yes, Fahimsa, please. ठीक है, बिल्कुल। हम्म, बिल्कुल। मैं आपका सवाल समझ मैं बिल्कुल एग्री करता हूँ। अच्छा, मैं बिल्कुल आपके सवाल से एग्री करता हूँ, और हमारा थ्योरी का कॉन्सेप्ट थोड़ा सा गलत है। आई एम ग्लैड यू आस्क्ड दिस क्वेश्चन। हम थ्योरी किसे समझते हैं? हम थ्योरी समझते हैं कि ये सोशल आइडेंटिटी थ्योरी है, ये सोशल लर्निंग थ्योरी है, या सेल्फ एफिकेसी थ्योरी है, तो यही थ्योरी है। एनीथिंग दैट इज रिटन और अवेलेबल इन द लिटरेचर इज एक्चुअली थ्योरी। सो और ये बात बिल्कुल, ये 2-3 दिन पहले यासिर से आई थिंक आई वाज डिस्कसिंग ओवर द फोन दैट in most of or in some of the papers, not most, you will find that there is not even the word theory. So then what is their contribution? So theory by itself, that it does not mean that you have to contribute, but in the word theory, that something, that phrase that comes with the end of the theory, the literature that is available in the papers is theory actually. So that then you are, if you are writing based on existing research, then it accounts to contribution in existing research, and it is a theoretical contribution, and I've seen it in good papers as well. And sometimes you do not have any theory particular to related to a particular concept. For example, sustainability in project management and project success, it's a new area of research. There is no established theory to discuss the relationship. So, yes, I agree with you that what we have done is we have limited the concept of the theory. But for me, and what I have discussed with some of the scholars and professors as well, theory is anything or everything that is available in the literature, and you use it and you add to that particular literature is your theoretical contribution. I hope this makes sense and answers your question. Yes, it does, but the reason is why in books or why in workshops or why in seminars we do this. Reason is that you have to give a direction to your scholars so that they are focused on something that is generally acceptable in the academic society. If you do not give them that direction, then obviously they are confused as to why or how do we use these things. So in order to give them a more acceptable approach in the society, you have to mention these words or these concepts of theories. But there are papers, and I can like get tens of papers where that are published in good impact factor journals that do not even mention the word theory, because for them or even for me, theory is everything, anything that is available in the literature, and if you are adding to that literature, that is your theoretical contribution. Yes, please. Yes, please. Mm-hmm. Okay. What I understood from your question is now, sometimes when you do not have established or empirical support for the relationship between your variables, what you need to do is you will need to use a particular theory to explain those relationships. In one of my papers that I published in Leadership and Organizational Development Journal, there was no study previously linking servant leadership with career satisfaction. So obviously, since there was no empirical research, I had to explain how these variables are related. So what I did was I searched for a theory and found that leader member exchange theory can help explain the relationship between servant leadership and career satisfaction. So I used that theory to explain the relationship. I'll share that paper as well. But both approaches are prevalent in the literature. But in the current academic society or the reviewers, they prefer theories to be used by the bird theory when explaining the relationship. You can use multiple theories to explain or to present your model. You can use only one theory to explain your model. I've done both. I've used one theory to explain my model, a complex model, and I've used multiple theories, just as I shown you the paper in the International Journal of Hospitality Management. We use 3 theories. There is other paper on in corporate social responsibility and environmental management journal, where we only use social identity theory. So it's how you can justify the use of theories warrant if you are going to use multiple or a single theory. I hope this answers the question. Anyone else who's got a question? Yes, please. Anyone else who's got a question? Yes, please. Well, if you are asking my opinion, I don't suggest replications, and I do not like replications. I only like research that is obviously adding new relationships, searching for new relationships, discussing new relationships. But it is to a certain extent at times acceptable as well in literature. We have obviously I have published replications as well, 1 or 2 studies. Those relationships were obviously checked, but there were obviously 1 or 2 new relationships as well. So if you mix and match both replication, some relationships replicated, some new relationships tested in a new setting, obviously that it can be acceptable as well. Okay, now we'll start literature review and focus on how literature review should be written, what to be included. Now, the purpose of a literature review is to help the researcher build on the work of existing research or others and make informed decisions during the various stages of a research project. Now, a review of literature identifies and highlights relevant themes and documents significant findings, framework, instruments from earlier research that will serve as a foundation for current research. So what you do is you look into existing research, and based on what is available in existing research, you justify your or propose your own research model and provide significant justifications pertinent to your research model or research framework. Now, it is always a good idea to document what you are reading and document your literature review. Now, in order to do this, obviously, I've referred to it as earlier as well. We can use that Excel sheet and put in all this information. So once you are reading papers or different research studies, and if you are documenting what you are reading, you can use that later for your own literature review. Now, how should one structure the literature review? And I'll share that Excel sheet later as well. Now, in order to properly structure a literature review, what I've done is I've proposed this sample framework, a simple sample framework with the one independent variable as servant leadership, life satisfaction as dependent variable, career commitment and empowerment at work as the mediating variables. Now, how do we structure a literature review if we have got a model like this? Now, there are 2 sections or 2 parts of the literature review. One is, or it starts with the individual discussion on variables, and once you are through to the individual discussion of variables, the next step is focus on theoretical framework and hypothesis development. So there are different ways a structure or literature review can be structured. Obviously, the start would be on individual discussion of variables. So I've got in this case, I've got 4 variables. So I start with individual discussion on variables. 4 different headings: servant leadership, career commitment, empowerment at work, and life satisfaction, just as they are in the sample framework. Now, once we have done the individual discussion, the next step is to propose your theoretical framework and develop your hypothesis and put them in your literature review. Now, there are 2 different structures that can be followed. One structure is You can mention the independent variable servant leadership and dependent variable life satisfaction, and then directly focus on the two mediating variables: mediating role of career commitment, mediating role of empowerment at work. This is one way. If you are writing a research paper and you do not have much space for words, like you have got limited number or word length allowed, this is something that can be utilized. If you're writing a thesis or a paper and word length is not an issue, then you can have a more detailed structure whereby you assess each relationship individually. For example, servant leadership life satisfaction, servant leadership career commitment life satisfaction, servant leadership empowerment at work and life satisfaction. And in the end, you focus on both the mediating roles. So you are assessing each of the relationships separately. So when developing your theoretical framework and producing your hypothesis or doing hypothesis development, you will have these 7 sections. Or the other way around is this. I've used both in my studies and both are acceptable for a research paper. But for thesis, it's strongly recommended to use these unless or until your supervisor says anything otherwise. Now, what to do or what to write when you are individually discussing a variable? So what you do is you start with the individual discussion of variables in your literature review. So first you should discuss separately the 4 concepts: servant leadership, career commitment, empowerment at work, and life satisfaction. And what should you write or what should be written in each of these sections? These are the 6 different things or 6 different areas that you should focus on when individually discussing the variable. You should start with the concept of the variable, the definition. What is meant by that particular concept? If you're writing a research paper, 1 or 2 definitions at most would suffice or would do. But if you're writing a thesis, you might have to go in a bit more detail and add more definitions. Now, if you are focusing on a special or a specific area for your study, that is higher education, is there a definition of that particular concept in higher education? If so, you should present that definition. Now, how have the definition evolved or changed over time? So did these definitions change over time? Did or were any new traits, concepts added to these definitions? What are the key facets, traits, or characteristics from these definitions? Obviously, in management sciences or business research or social sciences, there are multiple definitions for a particular concept. And those definitions might disagree on something. They might agree on different things. They will have different traits or characteristics. So it's always a good idea to identify the critical or key facets, traits, or characteristics that emerge from the definition. Now, most importantly, once you are through the definitions and once you have identified the definition and you have identified this is how you are going to operationalize this particular concept in your study, the last and most important part is why is studying this particular variable is important. What does this variable do for the organizations, for the individuals maybe, and why this particular concept should be studied in business and management. Discuss in general and also particular to your industry scope. So you can identify the importance of a concept in general and then pertinent to the particular industry that you are focusing on. This will include why studying this concept is important and what does it do for a particular field that you are studying it in. Now, obviously, all these things cannot be part of a research paper because you've got a limited length, or the word limit is obviously a very little. In thesis, obviously, you've got much more space to write. So I would strongly recommend that you include all these things while you are writing your thesis. So when you are doing your individual discussion on variables, you start with the definitions, propose maybe 3-4 definitions that you have identified from existing literature, and then moving on, you put all these things in there. Here are a few examples that I have identified for this particular session. For instance, the concept of variable. So let's say I'm using CSR as a concept in my study. So this is, and that particular concept has already been defined in context of my study setting, that is higher education. So this is the definition from S. Fijani and et al. And others from 2013 on this page number, and they defined USR as a concept whereby a university integrates all its functions and activities with the societies and so on and so forth. So if this concept has been defined in your study setting, it's always a good idea to look for it and put it in. Now, how the definitions have evolved. I haven't got any example here, but I'll share this paper. This is my own paper, and you can look into how I have explained how the definitions have evolved over time. Now, once you have identified the definitions and you have explained how these definitions have changed over time, you can identify the critical facets or common facets characteristics that emerge from those definitions. For example, in this paper of CSR, the author identified that there are 5 key dimensions of CSR that emerge from those 37 definitions that they reviewed, or rather he reviewed. Stakeholder, social, economic, environmental aspects, as well as willingness to pursue CSR. So these are the 5 dimensions that the author identified. Now, what is the conceptualization that you are using in your study? You cannot just go on and identify 3 or 4 definitions that are prevalent in existing research. You have to identify how are you going to define this concept or these concepts in your study, in your research. So what is your operational definition? So this is how you can write about it. CSR in the present study is based on the instrument by Magnan and Farrell 2000, and this is page number, and this is how they have defined CSR. And finally, as we mentioned earlier, I mentioned earlier, why this particular concept is important for organization. The importance of this variable, this particular concept, must also be discussed. So here is the example. For instance, the delivery of quality of internal services is critical to employee satisfaction because improvements in ISQ are expected to produce improved external service quality. So this is how, or this is why the concept of internal service quality is important. You will find that this is how most probably you will see all these good papers writing their individual discussion on variables, starting with the definition, or maybe sometimes the importance, then the definition, and then these other points are included when they are writing about or when they are individually discussing the variables. Moving on. I hope there is no question. If anyone has got a question, they can ask.
Yes.
Yes, please. Yeah. Yes. Sure. Okay. A particular concept may have, let's say there is a concept of internal marketing, and it's defined in different ways by different scholars. So once you have identified those definitions, 3, 4, 5, 6 definitions maybe, there are common themes in those definitions. For instance, let me give you an example here. So here's a paper I was working on. It's a review paper. Okay, now, so there are different definitions proposed for internal marketing. Here are these definitions from 1990 till 2000 and let's say 17-18. There were different definitions. Now these different definitions have got different concepts that are highlighted in this definition. Like in this definition, the scholar talks about attracting, developing, motivating, and retaining qualified employees. In another, they are focusing on maybe motivation or rewards. But in this case, in this definition, there is no mention of reward. So these two definitions are different with respect to the facets that they mention, the dimensions they mention. So what I've done is, for my paper, I actually identified the facets that were identified in those definitions. So this is what I was referring to. I hope this makes sense now. Good, thank you. Anyone else who's got any question? Okay, moving on. And again, just mentioning the importance is not enough. If you are focused on a particular area, then you need to mention why studying this particular concept in this particular area is important. Now, for example, the literature suggests that higher education began its most recent focus on quality improvements efforts during the 1990s, owing to the increased competition for students and operational funds. So this particular paragraph highlights why studying quality in higher education sector is important. So this is how you would have to, or you will have to mention the importance of a particular concept in a particular area if your study is focused on a particular area. Now you can obviously mention the status of literature, but you would have mentioned the gaps in the introduction, but you can further elaborate on it if required in the discussion as well. If there is very limited research and if the literature on that particular variable in the field of study is very limited, you can explain the limitations of that particular concept. How are you, if you are writing a thesis, obviously then since you've got space, you can identify how are you going to assess, measure, or investigate the variable. For example, previous studies might have taken this concept as a single dimension. You might be focusing on this particular concept from the perspective of multi-dimensions, like the gap we formulated, loyalty. So one of the gap was that previous studies focused on loyalty as a single dimensional construct. In this study, we are going to focus on it as a multi-dimensional construct from the attitudinal and behavioral perspective of loyalty. So this is how you can use your discussion on individual discussion of variables. Now, it's very important that your variables or your study on the variables or your literature on the variables does not look like an annotated bibliography. It should be rather a story where ideas and concepts are linked. One of the common mistakes that one makes is that they write like this. For example, Latif 2018 said that this is this. And then Smith 2020 said this. Ali 2021 said this. This is not how it works. The concepts, the ideas, the descriptions, the literature must be critical. And what do you mean by critical? The concepts must be interrelated with each other. And obviously you need to use latest references. Yes, obviously, it should not be descriptive. Now, once you are through and once you have discussed the individual discussion or written about the individual status of variables, you have defined the variables or discussed the variables individually. The next step is, so once you have done this, individually discuss the variables. The next step is to develop your theoretical framework and do hypothesis development. And there could be two structures, one this and the other one is this. Now, how do you develop the relationship? How do you write about the relationship between variables? What should be included and what should be excluded? In order to do this, what you need to do is okay, what you should do is you start by identifying, has the previous studies linked the two concepts? Now, if yes, if you are doing a study, or maybe there are multiple variables or multiple concepts in your study, and you are writing your literature review, and if you're writing about the relationship between two variables, has the previous studies linked the two concepts? If yes, what were their findings? Were the findings of the previous studies unanimous? On the other hand, contradictory? If they were unanimous, you should mention this, that they were unanimous. If they were contradictory, you should mention that there are contradictory results. And this obviously leads to further gaps in existing research, because the relationship or the direction of relationship is not yet conclusive. Mere mentioning the existing research and just mentioning that okay, there is a unanimity on the relationship is not enough. You should mention why studying the linkage or relationship between these variables is important, and obviously in general. And if you are focused on a specific area or field of study, then you should mention why studying this relationship in this particular field or area is important. Do the dimension traits of independent variable link with the dependent variable? Now, there is a very pertinent question that is always asked during these sessions. What if there is no literature on these concepts that you want to relate? What do you do then? So normally the approach is, what you can do is identify the traits, facets of your variables, and then you can link those facets. For example, I'm trying to link an independent variable with the dependent variable. I try to identify the facets, traits of the independent variable. And if there is no linkage between independent and dependent variable, I try to look into the facets or traits or dimensions of the variable or the independent variable, and then try to link those dimensions to the dependent variable. And same is the case the other way around. If you can't find anything between the relationship or in the relationship, you can look for the facets or dimensions of the dependent variable and link it with the independent variable. You can use theories to develop linkages. And I've already mentioned how to search for theory. Once you search for that theory, you have to read through that theory so that you have a clear idea how to use that particular theory to develop linkages. Otherwise, you won't be able to develop those linkages if you fail to clearly understand the theoretical perspective or the theory. So, for example, in one of our studies, what we did was, here is one paper. So in this study, since this was the first study that assessed the linkage between entrepreneurial leadership, knowledge management processes, and project success, there wasn't any previous study that linked entrepreneurial leadership with knowledge management. So what we did was, since there were studies that linked leadership with knowledge management, so we used a funnel approach. We used with a general idea as to how leadership can be linked with knowledge management. And then based on the characteristics of entrepreneurial leadership, we linked that entrepreneurial leadership with knowledge management. I'll share this paper for you to read, and it's a simple writing. So if you've got any questions later, I can answer those, inshallah. Okay, what's the question? Inshallah, we'll be discussing this in greater detail now, don't worry. Now, if you've got very little knowledge as to how to write your literature review, now we have discussed the structure of your literature review. This is how you structure. These are the things that you need to include. Now, in order to improve your ability to write, again, I will reiterate this fact that you have to read the literature. You have to read relevant studies in order to develop your idea of writing and in order to develop how to write. We have already seen how to locate theories. So you can use, for example, if you're looking for theory to relate leadership with knowledge management, you can use this string as to what theory has been used. For example, let's say I'm interested in identifying leadership and knowledge management. Is there any theory that has been used to link leadership with knowledge management? Let's say, how do I search for theory? So, leadership, knowledge management, and it's a phrase. So let's say what has been used in existing research with leadership and knowledge management and what theories have been used. So Nonaka's theory, wise leadership, has been used. So you have to go through this paper and see if they have used this particular theory to link leadership with knowledge management. Are there any other theories? So they are using KBV theory, Grant's KBV theory, to link leadership with knowledge management. So now you have to read knowledge-based view and see how you can link knowledge-based view to establish or explain the relationship between leadership and knowledge management. These papers will also help you when you open these papers and read through these papers and see how they are using this particular theory to explain the relationship. Again, read as much as possible to develop your idea, to develop an idea as to how to write. Let's say, let's open this paper and see how they are doing it. Okay, these are actually my students, so I didn't know. So this is the paper from my students. So based on knowledge-based view of the firm, existing research maintains that organizational success, competitive advantage, and long-term sustainability in such a complex business environment largely hinges upon effective utilization of organizational knowledge-based outcomes. Effective management of knowledge-based resources is particularly relevant in organizations involving knowledge-intensive business processes. But I'm interested in leadership and knowledge management. So let's see if they have mentioned anything like that. So despite the well-documented universal linkage among KM innovation and organizational performance as posited by KBV by existing research is yet to investigate knowledge-oriented leadership is directly related to organizational performance and indirectly through KM processes. So KBV theory, this study is aimed at investigating relationship between, so they are using KBV to investigate the relationship between knowledge-oriented leadership and organizational performance in HEIs. So you can use this paper, read this paper and see how they are using KBV. So once you have found the theory that, okay, yes, this particular theory can be used to establish the relationship, explain the relationship. Now you have to go in depth and read particular theory or that particular theory and try to explain that relationship in light of the theory. Again, you have to read. And obviously, once you are reading and you've got any question, you can come back to me anytime. And then you obviously you use theory to develop linkages. Moving on. Okay. Yes, please, Fahim Saab, please. Gigi, please. Yes, please. No, it's not always required to draw all the constructs that have been mentioned in the theory. For example, theory of recent action or theory of planned behavior or job demand and resources model. To the best of my knowledge, no, there is no need to use all the constructs that have been mentioned in that particular theory in your study. You can use or you can have the limited part of that particular theory and apply it in your research. In the other theories that do not have explicit identification of constructs, for example, knowledge based view or resource based view or social exchange theory or social learning theory or self efficacy theory or any other theory for that matter, that or social identity theory, that do not have clear identification of concepts or factors or variables, obviously then you have got a much more open space to use those theory based on your own interpretation and knowledge. For example, recently we published a paper in corporate social responsibility and environmental management, in which initially I thought I'll use two theories. For example, let me show this paper and we can further just briefly discuss it. Now, in this paper, if you look at the model, if we look at the model, here is social responsibility, here is team outcomes, here is organizational performance. Now, I could have used three different theories. I could have used social identity, self-efficacy, and social exchange theory. But instead, I only used one single theory because I found enough evidence in the literature that helped me identify that yes, I can use social responsibility with all these team outcomes. So instead of using three theories to explain all these different outcomes, I used only one, that is social identity theory. Now, if you can justify the use of the theory to link multiple concepts, obviously that is allowed. But you can use multiple theories as well. You can use part of the theory as well. Yes, please.
Supposed to write justification that why am I adopting few of the concepts of a particular theory?
Well, if they ask for it, sure, definitely you should. If they don't ask for it, obviously if they might ask for it, if the reviewer is knowledgeable about the theory, if the reviewer is knowledgeable about the concepts that are part of the theory, he or she might ask you or might ask you to that why have you used this theory in part, and then if you have used it in part, then you should have a viable proper explanation as to why. For example, a particular concept might not be applicable, a particular concept in that particular theory might not be applicable in your study setting. That could be the reason, and then you have to justify why it was not or why it is not applicable to that particular setting. Well, sometimes the problem is that if too much of the explanation can cause problems as well. So sometimes I avoid putting in information that could end up problematic for me. So you can obviously start by putting it in there, or you can for starters avoid putting it in there, and if they later ask for it, then you can put it in there. Okay. So moving on. So what we have done is we have already talked about this, that you have to explain whether these two concepts have been linked previously with each other. If so, what were the findings? So this is one example that you can use. For example, this is one example. Findings support that the idea presented by Garriga and Mel, their study, which involved a review of all 52 earlier surveys about the correlation between CSR and company performance, showed that more socially responsible companies have or had stronger economic results. So this is the previous research on the relationship between CSR and organizational performance. So when you are doing your research, you have to explain or identify if there has been a previous research linking the two concepts. If so, what were their results? Okay, are the variables in any way linked with each other? If the previous studies were unanimous, or there are contradictions in previous studies. Let me give you an example from a paper. For example, this is the paper. Now, if you look here, since the gap was based on contradiction in existing research, I've mentioned the relationships in the introduction. Although firms are increasingly embracing CSR policies and practices to build social legitimacy and foster stakeholder relationship, the empirical research revealed inconclusive findings, just as I mentioned earlier. The impact of CSR practices on organizational performance. For instance, the relationship between CSR and OP has been found positive. So, if you are studying a particular relationship, you need to mention whether the relationships that have been tested previously are unanimous. Like, for example, all studies found a significant positive relationship. For instance, all other studies might have found a negative relationship, or none of the studies found any significant relationship. In this case, I've given examples here that, for instance, the relationship between CSR and OP has been found positive in some studies. Here are those some studies. Other studies identify rejection or disassociation. Now, since these are inconclusive findings, there is a need for further research. So, this is part of my gap. This is part of the gap that I pursued in my study. Okay, approaches. Okay, we'll talk about it. Yasir will put it in the question as well, and I'll once if it's not answered. Now, this is how you talk about whether or not existing research. And yes, please, Riasa. Just hold on. Let me allow you to. Yes, Riasa, please. Just hold on. Let me allow you. I think yes, yes, please, Riasa. Yes, please, Riasa. You raised your hand. You are allowed to unmute yourself. Yes, yes, you are. Mhm. Okay. Now, if you look at the same example, there are at least 3 to 4. There are actually more studies that have found a positive relationship between the two variables. So there are a number of studies that are corroborating the finding that there is a positive relationship. While there are another number of studies, 3, 4 studies that are saying that there is no association. So the contradiction still exists between the positive, negative, or no or disassociation between the variables. So there is contradiction existent. Because there is no unanimity. So if there is no unanimity, there is gap in research that you can focus on and work with to produce another research. I hope this answers the question. Sure. Okay. Yes, please. No, I'm not saying non-significant by itself is a gap. If some studies found a significant relationship between variable while others found a non-significant relationship, there is a contradiction in the findings. So this contradiction warrants further research. This contradiction warrants that further research might be conducted in order to have a more conclusive evidence as to whether this relationship is positive, negative, or maybe there is no association at all. So this is how you can obviously situate your research. In this case, in this research, what we did was we found that some of the studies are saying there is a positive relationship, while others are saying there is a negative relationship, while there is a third stream of research that is saying that the impact of CSR on organizational performance is not actually direct but indirect. and there is a need to study other variables that link these two variables. So based on these arguments, what we did was, in our research, we proposed a model that was like this, that we tested this model with team outcomes. So these were new mediators that weren't checked before in previous research. Nobody checked these as mediators between CSR and organizational performance. Our research was the first one to do this. Now, I keep saying that my researches are the first one to do this because I strongly focus on relationships that have not been studied before. Not at all. And how do I do this? And then I use theories to explain the relationship. So if you want to publish, your approach should be similar to this one. Test relationships that have not been tested before, but obviously they should be viable, they should be logical, they should make sense. Okay, moving on. Now again, you have to identify, not just identifying that okay, these variables are linked and these studies have found that these variables are linked. It is important to identify why linking these variables is important. I'll take the questions now in the end, please, because I have to finish this in time. Thank you. Now, by addressing these important questions, internal suppliers can understand what service areas they should concentrate on to effectively improve their internal service quality and internal satisfaction, while avoiding the investment of much money and other resources in providing service quality dimensions that may not pay off. This is one example. Another example, again, not just the description of what has been done. You will have to mention the reason to study these variables as well, or rather the reason to study the relationship between these variables. And by reason here we mean why studying these variables is significant or important in general or in specific area. So if you are studying, for example, most previous research in the student satisfaction area has been developed from the perspective of quality of service, like antecedent. A better understanding of the satisfaction antecedents can help a university market stretch. So why studying these relationship between service quality and satisfaction is important? This is why it is important. Again, where do we find these why aspects? Same answer. You have to go and read the relevant literature. Obviously, there is another approach as well, and I'll share these as well, and I've used this as well. You can use these Google Scholar strings. For example, you might be searching for specific text within the article. For example, I'm trying to link up corporate social responsibility and employee commitment. Another example could be, let's say, for example, I'm writing literature about corporate social responsibility and loyalty, or customer experience and loyalty in hotel sector. So how do I do this? You can do this like this. Let's say customer experience, loyalty in hotel sector. So these are the papers that have talked about it. Is this paper any good? Is this journal any good? It's not from those databases that I talked about. This is from Taylor and Francis. Open this paper and look into the text. This is how you can filter through the research papers that have already been published by using these strings rather than going in and searching for all those databases. So this is how you can use these strings to search for relevant literature. Or if you've got papers, you can put them in your Mendeley, and here in this search string, for example, I can mention CSR and loyalty. So it will find me those articles that talk about CSR and loyalty here. So I've got a list filtered with the documents that I am interested in. So you should be able to use these tools to the best of your ability, and to make best use of these tools, obviously the best way is to practice, put the papers in, search through relevant literature. For instance, let's say I've got these papers here, and I'm interested in this is, let's say this is the folder of CSR, and I've got 80 papers here. This is Mendeley. Mendeley is a free to use software. You just need to download it, register it, and it's free to use. Once you open, you will see that it is all empty. So what you can do is you can click create folder to create a folder for yourself. Let's say I say that, okay, this is test 3 and this is empty now. So what you do is you add the files wherever they are in your computer. Okay, these are the files. Let's press Control A. So all are selected, press open. All these files are now added here. So once they are added, let's assume they are added here. Let's say this is CSR. All the papers in here are related to CSR. And I'm trying to link CSR with loyalty. So since all these papers are linked to or related to CSR, what I can do is I can write loyalty here and press enter. Now out of those papers, all those papers, these are the papers that have used loyalty. So instead of searching, let's say, how many papers were there in this folder CSR? There were 80 papers. But what if I search for loyalty? Okay, just so if I search for loyalty, here are 2, 3, 4 papers that have used loyalty. Or let's say if I'm searching for trust, another variable that has been studied with CSR. So there are 54 papers. Instead of searching 80, I now have to search for 52 or 54 papers. So this is how you can use these tools to save yourselves valuable time while searching for the literature. Download the papers, put them in here. And if I open this paper, then it will take me to that particular phrase or a word, and I'll read through it. If I find it adequate, usable for my research, I can copy it and put it in my study, and I can copy the reference as well. How can I do it? This right click, copy as formatted citation, and you can paste it into your Word document. Now moving on. So how the variable impacts? Obviously the relationship is positive and negative, or you have to explain how the change in one variable brings about change in the other variable. For example, in light of the theory, what we can do is, for example, let's say you are studying the relationship between CSR and organizational performance. Now, if you are studying CSR in light of resource-based view, CSR has been referred to as a resource. This differentiates one organization from another. Since CSR is a resource, this can affect the organizational performance if CSR has or is adequately used by organizations. So you have to explain how one variable affects the other variable. Let's say let me give you another example. Now, if you look that the link between CSR and OP has been explained in light of resource-based view theory. The relationship between CSR and OP can be further elucidated using RBV. The central idea in resource-based theory is that organization can compete against others based on their resources and capabilities. Now, whenever you are pointing to a theory in your literature, you have to first define that particular theory. Do not just jump into how this theory explains the relationship between variables. You have to write about how or what that theory means first. Give your reader an idea as to what the theory means. Now, engaging in CSR signals affirm unobserved characteristics, that is, superior resource. So, based on the references, I have written that CSR is actually a resource. And this resource has been identified as a critical firm resource. Hence, CSR as a critical firm resource can improve the organizational performance. So this is how RBV theory has been used to explain the relationship between CSR and firm performance. Now, how do we do this? Again, first read about the theory. And then once you read about the theory, see how this particular theory has been used with the concepts that you are interested in. And then you will be in a better position to explain the linkage between those concepts based on the theory. Again, this has been explained in greater detail with examples. Here is another example whereby I used servant leadership and career satisfaction and explained the relationship based on LMX theory. Again, first the theory is defined as to what is meant by the theory, and then how they are linked with, or how they can be, or it can be used to explain the linkage. Another example, I'll share the papers and I'll share the slides as well. Now, once you are through your literature review and once you are through your literature review, the next step is research methodology. Now, I will take the questions before I move on to the research methodology. Yes, please, questions. Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, Hussein, please. Salman, just hold on. Let Hussein ask the question and then you can ask. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No, why do you want to ignore the non-significant one? What if you are basing, because obviously if there is no contradiction or you do not want to focus on the contradictions, that is another story. But what if you want to use those contradictions as a gap for your research? This is another story. There are always contradictions in existing research, but in some studies we do focus on contradictions, while in other studies we do not focus on any contradictions. So the whole point is that if I want to situate my gap based on the contradictions, obviously I'll talk about the contradictions. Otherwise, if I do not have to do anything with the contradictions, I won't focus on the contradiction. I hope this answers the question. Yes, Qasim, please. Yes, please. Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. This okay, your first question, if there is a positive relationship and if there is a negative relationship, what should we propose? What is your scope of study? In my study here, in this study that I refer to as an example for contradiction, my hypothesis was, or my scope was, my conceptual framework or my theoretical framework was based on that CSR has a positive relationship with organizational performance. So when I proposed my hypothesis, or rather when I was writing my literature, my focus was that there is a positive relationship of CSR with OP. Although previously I have mentioned that there could be a negative relationship, but for my study, my focus is that there is a positive relationship. This is one thing. Second question, with regards to your theory, decide for yourself the scope of your research, and then use that particular theory that fits the scope of your research. If there are contradictions, then obviously if you are focused on those contradictions and those contradictions are part of your study, or if you are testing for example different theories, or you are testing a particular argument pertinent to or with respect to a different theory, then you have to include that argument as well. Again, this depends on the scope and nature of your research. I hope this answers the question. Yes, please. Next. Yes, please. Yes, please. Your good name, please. Your good name, please. Ali. Complete name? Ali. Okay. Now, theoretical contribution. There, as I mentioned before, that something that or a concept that might not have been studied in light of a particular theory. So if you are studying that particular concept in light of that particular theory, this is your theoretical contribution in a very easy to understand manner. Yes, Fahim Saab, please. Yes, Fahim Saab. Yes, please. Question, please. Walaikum Salam. Ji, please. Okay. Now, okay, anyone else who's got a question, and then I can move forward. सलमान, आपका साउंड जो है वो क्लियर नहीं है. Yes, please. कासिम, आप कुछ पूछना चाह रहे थे. Yes, please, कासिम, your question. जी, please. Yes, please. Ask your question. Just hold on, Salman. Just hold on. Okay, just hold on. Yes, Qasim, please ask your question. ये जिसका भी माइक ऑन है उसे पीछे से बहुत बैकग्राउंड नॉइज आ रही है. मेरे ख्याल से कासिम आपका ही ऑन है, मुझे कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा. जी कासिम, आप अब अनम्यूट करके पूछ लें. देखिए अच्छा. Okay. Now there are different approaches to write your literature review. ठीक है. The one that I normally use and the one that I have normally observed people using is obviously what I have described. You can some of the times, for example, at times what you do is when you are writing your literature, you start by describing, or you start right from the start, you start by describing the importance of concept, and then you move towards the definition of the concept. Another way that have been used is that you start by the definition of the concept and then you move towards the importance of the concept. So both of them are correct. Recently, I received a review for my paper in which the reviewer asked me to change the style of my literature review. He asked me to first identify the definition of the concept and then mention the importance of the concepts and then mention why this concept should be studied. Okay. And previously, in one of my earlier paper, I was asked to first identify why this particular concept is important to study and then mention the definition of this concept. So these are different approaches. You can use either one of them, and obviously then you have to focus on the journal that you are targeting as well. Next thing, where to summarize your literature review. Shall we add summaries in every paragraph, or shall we add summaries at the end of the literature review? Now the problem is, how do you define what is summary? Literature review by itself is a summary of existing research. If I am relating CSR with organizational performance and I'm writing a paragraph on it, this is the summary of what I have read from the existing research. Now, what do you write in this summary? What you write in this summary is why these concepts are related, how these concepts are related, and why this relationship should be studied. Okay? Yes, please. Next question and last question before we move on, and then I'll take the questions right in the end, please. Yes, please. Yes, Fahim Saab, please. There are two schools of thoughts in this. One is that a theoretical framework is one that flows from one theory, and then there is another school of thought that says that a conceptual framework is one that takes multiple concepts from different theories. Then there is another school of thought that says that one particular conceptual framework can have different concepts, or different theoretical frameworks lead to a particular conceptual framework. For example, in this study of mine, there are two theoretical frameworks. One that links Now, this conceptual framework is based on two theoretical frameworks. One that links CSR with organizational performance, and the other that links CSR with team outcomes, because there are two theories involved. But both those school of thoughts are prevalent and are being taught and used by scholars. I have a detailed video on the difference between these two on my channel as well, and I'll share that with you people later. I'll take the questions in the end. I know there were voice issues. I'll take those questions in the end. Okay, now I'll move on. Okay, now research methodology. Now, what to include in your research methodology? Obviously, you start by defining your population. So what is your population that you are interested in? So your target population, your samples, and then based on your study, the need for your study, your sample size, and the adequate sampling technique that you want to use. If you're doing PhD from Pakistan, then there is a very, very potent dilemma that most of the academics they prefer probability sampling, and they said that you cannot do PhD without probability sampling, to which I strongly disagree. Because probability sampling is one of the most difficult sampling techniques to carry out. If obviously they ask you to do stratified or simple random sampling. So, but in papers, I normally use convenience sampling, and I've seen people using, or researchers using, convenience sampling. If you've got access, and if you can justify, or if you can make sure that you can have Probability sampling technique, obviously you can go for that as well. Now, how did you distribute the questionnaire? Rather than going directly onto the question distribution, I think this should have been the point 3 rather. I'm sorry for the typo. Your questionnaire sources. From where did you, what are the sources of the questionnaire? Who developed the questionnaire? How many items were there? Any sample items, or the whole questionnaire can be attached in the appendix? And if you've got data sources, secondary data sources, you should mention those as well. How the data was collected or how the questionnaires were distributed. What were your data collection techniques? If it's COVID, did you do it online or did you visit the people in person? And things like that you have to mention in your research methodology. And what analysis techniques you are going to use or you will utilize or have utilized. If it's a proposal, obviously you will mention that you will utilize this analysis technique. If it's a thesis, then you would have utilized a particular analysis technique. And it's always a good idea in a thesis that you mention the advantages of using this analysis technique rather than just describing the analysis techniques that you have utilized. You should explain why this analysis technique is better than the other technique that are available. A common difference that is drawn is between covariance based SEM and PLS SEM. So covariance based or PLS SEM is normally CBSEM or variance based SEM, VBSEM as they are normally called. Normally the differentiation is done between them when you are writing your thesis. And if you are using any or doing a finance or economic based research, then you do present your regression model. In survey based research, as you would recall, in none of the papers that you come across, normally you will see a regression equation because we do not have units of measurement. That's why we do not have a regression equation. Now this is a sample methodology. You can explain the sector as well as to why this sector is important to be studied or any particular sampling details pertinent to that particular sector. So in this case, in this study, we described the research universities and why this sample or this population or this study setting was taken. Then you define your population, sample and data collection and how it was collected, your analysis technique and your measures. The sources of questionnaires, the total number of items, the Likert scale, all these are mentioned here. And obviously this is our day 2 whereby we will describe in detail the data analysis and results, and we'll be using SMART-PLS and we'll be doing basic analysis plus higher order constructs using SMART-PLS. So we'll be discussing all this in greater detail tomorrow, so I'm not going to get into detail here. Now, okay, yes, a few more questions. Yes, please. You can, yes, please, question. Yes, please. Primary data collected first hand through questionnaire, secondary data that is already available in any data bank, maybe any website, that is secondary data. Yes, please, Shadab Sahab, your question. Okay. Okay. Okay.
So what would be the number of respondents which I can include in my study?
Okay, now the minimum number of respondents actually depend on a lot of things. It depends on the number of items that are there in your scale. It depends on the number of relationships that you want to check. But in my experience, what I have normally seen and what I normally quote in my research and my class as well is that if you've got a sample of over 300, behavioral studies are good with it. So according to Roscoe, that is quoted by Uma Sakran in her book, she mentioned that sample over 200 for behavioral, or over between 30 to 200 or 200 to 500 even, is good enough for behavioral studies. Even if you go for that table mentioned in the book by Uma Sakran, if you've got 18,000, I think the sample size would come around 300 to 350, if I'm not wrong. So anything between that would be fine. But since you will be using SCM, the number of items and the number of arrows that are drawn in your model should be multiplied by 10. So these are considerations that you could consider. But if you are over 300, I'm sure you will be good. Mm-hmm. Okay, even if, okay, now it's okay. Now the problem is, now it's pandemic. Now you will have to look into reference or existing research as to when there is a catastrophe, when there is a issues like this, what is the normal sample size in the studies. If you can find something like this, then you will have a reference. There is nothing that have crossed my mind that when there is a pandemic or there is a catastrophe, then you can have lower sample size. Obviously that is one of the limitations of your research that you can mention in your study. Sure, sure, sure. Okay, next please, next question. Ji Salman, please. Yes, please, Salman, ask your question. Walaikum salam. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All the variables, you will have the literature review for all the variables and how those variables are interlinked with each other. Yes, please, next question. Anyone else who's got a question? Yes, please. Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, now in my opinion and what I've read or what I do normally, I do not drop items without clear identification of reason. Now, what could be the reason? If that particular item is not applicable to the study setting that you are doing, yes, you can drop it. If during, obviously, if that particular item does not affect the content validity of the concept, obviously you can delete it. But just for the sake of deleting it because the items are too much in my study, that's not allowed and I don't allow it. But if you are doing a particular study in a particular sector where you know that this particular item does not obviously carries weight and this will not give you good response, but even then you should not do it unless or until you ask a certain expert to corroborate your identification of the issue. So you should not do it on your own, rather you should ask experts that if your observation is correct. Okay, moving on. Now we are in the discussion section. So you start your discussion by identifying the objective of your study. So what is the objective of my study? Once you have identified the objectives of the study or written the objective of the study so that the reader can recall as to what the study was all about, You start, or the purpose of, for example, the purpose of this study was to test a model to understand whether culture moderated the internal marketing practice and employee satisfaction relationship. So this was the objective of the study. Now, what were the results of your study and how do they compare with existing research? So my research was impact of CSR on OP, and I found a positive relationship. Yes, existing research has also found a positive relationship, but this is not just enough to write about what existing research found and what you found. Instead of just comparing the results, you will have to, obviously these are the examples, you will have to explain why this relationship is significant or insignificant. Again, that aspect of why is important. Do not just mention, okay, this is my research and this was my hypothesis, and and this was my hypothesis, and existing research also found in their research a significant relationship or an insignificant relationship. You have to explain the reason for the significance and insignificance. Without this, your discussion is not critical. So internal marketing concept improves customer satisfaction by creating. So this is the why aspect. Why internal marketing is linked to customer satisfaction, although you found a significant relationship. But why this relationship was significant? And how is this obviously then you highlight that why certain relationship is significant. Internal marketing concept improves customer satisfaction by creating employee satisfaction, and this consequently increases company performance. Businesses aspiring to be leaders in the specific industry should therefore adopt the concept or implement the internal marketing concept because it improves our company performance. How does it improve company performance? Why it improves company performance? Because internal marketing actually improves customer satisfaction. And what does it show in your field? So on the premise that cultural congruence has moderated the relationship between internal marketing practice and employee satisfaction for tourism and hospitality employees, this study puts forward an implication that internal marketing research and practice would benefit from considering cultural congruence. So since the cultural aspect is moderating the relationship, so the industry will benefit from cultural aspects and this will further improve the relationship. Another example, and again use the theory if available. If there is a theory that you have already used in the literature linking the concepts, then you can use that theory again to identify that yes, your findings are in line with the theory. They are not against the theory. If they are against the theory, obviously you mentioned that your findings are not in line with the theory. Just as the way we did in this paper, the study revealed a significant relationship between CSR and team performance, or rather team commitment and other variables, cementing the social identity perspective that argues that when CSR initiatives are adopted by the employing organization, this can strengthen employee organizational identification and assist in promoting organizational performance. Not just identifying that yes, the relationship in light of the theory is significant. You have to further explain how CSR actually influences organizational performance in light of the theory. And then you write the conclusion in light of your research objectives of the study. You write the limitations of your existing research, limitations in light of the sample that you collected, the data collection you did, the measurement, the analysis, any conceptual limitations, and then you mention the future research directions, the future variables that could be used in further study, and all the rest of those things. What variables, moderator, mediator, independent, dependent, that you propose for future research? Any other analytical techniques that you want to propose, or any conceptual scope that you want to change, any theory that you want future researchers to use with a particular concept, and the implications of your research, the theoretical implications, the practical implications. The theoretical implication as to what you did for the theory, now that you have conducted the research, those earlier were proposed contributions. And now you are writing the actual contributions that you have made after the study is concluded. What are the implications of your study? How does it benefit the individuals within the organization? How does it benefit the management? How does it benefit the organization or the society in general? What are the policy implications for your study? What are the social implications for your study? All these implications are very important. And mind you, if you are writing for a good quality journal and you've got weak implications, your paper can be rejected. So write implications with strength, with focus, and focus on all these things that I have identified. Okay, I think this is repetitive. Okay, this is okay. Something few repetitive slides. I'll remove it when I'm sending it to you. And now I'll come back to this later, and then finally let's. So research proposal. Why do we want to write a research proposal? The only objective that I can think of is that you want a degree. But obviously it's a general idea that you propose to your supervisor or the committee. They can review your initial idea and then come back to you as to how this idea can be further polished, further improved, and how this idea can help, or how this idea can be further polished. What are the weaknesses in your proposal? If you go directly on to writing the thesis, then obviously there might be problems in your methodology, there might be problems in your operationalization, there might be problems in your questionnaire, there might be problems in your proposed analytical technique, and all those. You cannot unearth those problems when you are writing a thesis. All those problems can be unearthed when you are writing a research proposal. So a good research proposal would definitely mean a very good research thesis if all other things considered and worked on. Now, what you should include in a research proposal. Now that we have identified what to write in the introduction, how to write the literature review, how to write the methodology, data analysis and results will come tomorrow. And then we have already mentioned the discussion section. The next, now that you are writing the proposal, what shall we include in our proposal? Again, it should be the introduction or background of the research problem or issue, including the identification of gap, why this gap is important, and what contribution do you intend to make. So once you have written the introduction, then is the rationale why this research is needed, and then your problem statement, your research questions and objectives, then your significance of the study, then your contribution, and then you go for the literature review. Since it's a research proposal, you do not need to write a detailed literature review. You only need to focus on critical aspects of the concept and how those concepts are related, so that the reader would understand that this model is actually making sense based on the literary arguments that we have given before. And then obviously the diagram, obviously theoretical or conceptual framework based on the literature review, and your proposed research methodology. What is the population? What is your sample? Why are you using this sample? What sampling technique are you going to use? What questionnaires are you going to use? Why are you going to use this particular questionnaire or maybe not any other particular questionnaire if you are doing PhD? This might be a question that might be asked during your PhD proposal. Any analysis techniques that you want to follow and why you are going to follow those analysis techniques, and this is followed by your research plan and outline, that when you are going to start your research and when you are going to finish your research, and obviously followed by the timetable and proposed research. At the end, you have a list of references for your proposal. Now this was all for today from my side. Let's have a break for 5 minutes, and then we can have a detailed question and answer session, and then I can take your questions and I can have your input as well. Just 5 more minutes and we'll start again. Thank you.
फोन किया काम पे थे, एक भी नहीं।
कितने देर से घर बैठे, वो तो आता नहीं ना बीच में, यानी यही लोग आते रहे बस।
मैं उसको लड़ी दिलवा दी थी कि दूर है।
किधर है अभी? ऑफिस के साथ तो पूरी
मैं जो किया है ना, हर एक को जा जाके हम सबकी मंडता है। डायरेक्टर को, जब मंडी डायरेक्टर रैम आ गया तो उसने नजीर साहब को फोन किया। नजीर साहब ने आधा घंटा उससे टाइम लेकर उसको पूरी डिटेल बताई है। उसको कहता है, उसने उसको कहता मेरे पास मोड़ के ना रोज आएगा। कहता भी तो हमने इसको माली में नहीं भेज रहे, इसको उसके साथ लगा दिया, एडमिन के साथ, उसके साथ नादिया के साथ।
यार शाजी, मेरा दिल कह रहा है मैं इनमें से कुछ को कहूँ कि भाई तुम लोग आए कहाँ से हो?
अच्छा, मैंने एक बात सोच ली है। आप कितना कंट्रीब्यूट करेंगे?
किसमें? ये तकरीबन होंगे 3-3.5 हजार रुपये।
बाकी पैसे मैं डाल लूंगा 2,000 रुपये, ब्लाइंड से अपनी लाख लगाता हूँ।
चलिए, आपके ऑफिस का कंट्रीब्यूशन नहीं है, डिपार्टमेंट का कंट्रीब्यूशन है।
डिपार्टमेंट में
शाजी न कर।
हाँ,
नहीं, इससे वही लाइन जो लाना है वो बात है।
कोई नहीं, मैं तो मसले में विश्वास हो जाता हूँ। मसला इसमें रहता है कि गुलाम ले जाते हैं इससे।
क्या करें मुझसे, क्या दिलवा
सोफों पे छड़ा।
हाँ यार, ये मस्जिद का
मसरफ बेहतरीन आ जाएगा ना, उसका सवाल वाला मसरफ भी हो जाएगा। ये वक्त में बड़ी मुश्किल से मिल पड़ी
शादी से। Okay, I'm back. If you've got any questions, let's take your questions and answers, please. Thank you. Just hold on, let me open. Okay, I'm back. If you've got any questions, you can unmute yourself and ask your questions one by one. Thank you.
So I have a question.
Yes.
Sir, if our sampling is not individual but a team level, is there any minimum criteria for the sample from the team organization, or maybe for the criteria of 300?
No. You can't go for 300 teams. If you are doing multi-level and if you got team level data that you are collecting from, normally should be around 45, 50, and some even say 60 teams. And each team should have at least 3 to 4 people. So that will come out to be like it will cross around 240, 250. And you will have around good enough number of teams. Yes, Mavish, please. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes, you can mix and match. Obviously, then again, it's always a good idea. Go to the experts and get your questionnaire validated, and then do EFA as well, so that you know that the factor structure is what you expect. Then, obviously, you add up an analysis technique just to safeguard yourself, and then to add to content validity, obviously, you go to experts and ask them the question as well. Yes, Riyasa, please. Riyaz sir, yes please. Yes please, question. Riyaz sir, your question please. Yes Salman, ask your question please. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. 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 Point taken. Yes, Salman, your question, please. Walaikum salam. Yes, please. Mm-hmm. Okay. 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 Now, your first question: what part of existing research will come into your introduction or whatever? Now, what are the other parts of the paper or thesis? Now, when we are writing introduction, we have already identified that okay, these are the things that you should write in your introduction. Let's say I'm writing about value of my topic, and if I find value in another paper in the literature review of the other paper, yes, I can use that particular text in my introduction. Now it depends on what I am writing and where I can find it. You might find something relevant to the discussion in the literature review of another paper. So it's not always that you will find the discussion that you are doing or the content that you are going to put in the discussion section. You will find it in the discussion section of the other paper. You might find it in somewhere in the introduction as well. So first and foremost, you should know that what you are trying to write, what you want to write, and where you want to write it. And then you might find it in any part of the other paper while you are reading that paper. I hope this answered the question. And the next question, yes, there are differences between thesis and a paper. Thesis is a concise document that is maybe 8,000 to 10,000 words, while your paper is, paper is 8,000 words, 10,000 words maximum. That is allowed actually, but it can go over that as well. But your thesis is 10, 15,000, 20,000 words. It's much more detailed. It's divided into chapters with all these things within the chapters in different sections and subsections, whereas in the paper these things are very concise and not normally in the form of sections or subsections. In thesis, as mentioned in the introduction, you write your problem statement, research objectives, the research questions separately. In a paper, you might not even write your research questions or research objectives, just your problem statement. So these are the differences between a thesis and a paper. So a thesis is much more detailed. Just as I mentioned these things when I was referring to the introduction in the previous slides, the first slides, you can obviously use that structure for your thesis. Same when I was talking about the literature review, I mentioned, okay, now see, this is your research thesis, this is your research paper. When you are writing the introduction section of a paper, this is how you write it. When you are writing the introduction of a thesis, this is how you write it. These are the headings that you give. When you are writing the literature review for your thesis, this is the structure that one should follow. Here it is. Just hold on. Here it is. The third one here. Structure 2 and individual discussion on variables. So this is how you should structure your introduction and literature review when you are writing your thesis. Within the methodology, I've already mentioned all the details from population to analysis technique using all these headings. You might add different headings as well, but if you ask by your supervisor. Data analysis and results, we'll be discussing that tomorrow, and discussion, I've already mentioned all those headings as well. Jiryasa, please. Yes. Okay. If you are talking about formatting the paper, obviously that can be done later. That's not something that is important, because obviously your paper might be rejected from one journal, then you will have to submit it to the other journal, then you can format it. If you're talking about focusing your study and then writing that particular study in a particular setting right from the start, I have used both approaches. I have written general papers and then focused general journal as well. Like for example, my paper on CSR and organizational performance based on teams outcomes does not focus specifically on a study setting. It's a general sort of a paper focused on a general journal like that publishing in all the different areas. Then I had another paper that is focused, and we started that particular paper with a focus on hospitality industry, and then we got it published in hospitality industry. My personal experience, if you take into consideration, it's always a good idea to write your study in a particular study setting and focus a particular study setting when you are writing a paper. It has got higher chances of publication than writing a more general sort of paper. I hope this is what you were asking. Okay. Yeah, please. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes, 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 yes. Right. No, no, no. Write a generic and in a generic structure, a general structure that you normally follow for your research, because then it's very easy for you to decide on the journals and then make changes. If from the start you focus on a particular journal and their structure, then changing it for each journal will be difficult for you. So my experience is that you write in a general manner and then make changes pertinent to that particular journal that you are targeting. Thank you. Yes, Fahimsa, please. Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, please. Let me answer this question, then I take the second and then the third. Okay. Now you only do EFA if you are developing a construct, or you are measuring a construct and making developing a new scale, then you should do EFA. Otherwise, if you are adopting or adapting a particular questionnaire from existing research, there is no need whatsoever to do EFA unless or until required by your supervisor. But whenever I am doing a study and I am developing a new scale in my study, I do go for EFA first. But if in my study I'm using existing scales that have already been validated and their factor structure checked, I do not do EFA. Okay. Okay. Okay, are you talking about the concepts, or are you talking about how to write, or what to improve, or what to focus while you are writing? Yes. Okay, okay, good question. Very good question. Now, the common mistakes when I am reviewing the paper is that they already have mentioned all these things in the paper, but they haven't mentioned these things in the right place. For example, they have mentioned the contributions about the study, but rather than mentioning the contributions separately, they have merged it with the gaps of when they are identifying gaps. Second common mistake is that they fail to identify the existing research, rather they just focus on the gaps that they have identified from existing research. So rather than just saying that Mr. So and so proposed that this variable should be taken as a mediator, they mention this only. They do not mention that what existing research has been or done on this IV and DV. Third important thing is that their introduction is mere description of what needs to be done, rather than elaboration of why it should be done. These are the 3 or 4 most important points that I consider when I am reading the introduction of a paper. I only go and review the complete paper once I see that the introduction is correct. Otherwise, I simply go and reject the paper. I do not even bother to go to the literature review or methodology. Second important thing is how critical is your literature review. While I am reading a paper for review, I just go into a single paragraph or two and look into whether it's a critical literature review or it's just an annotated bibliography. For example, if an author has mentioned that Fahim 2020 noted this, Latif 2020 noted this, Mufti 2021 noted this, then I reject the paper because I know the worth of writing is nothing. This is another thing. In terms of methodology, I look into what sampling technique they have used. If they mention they have used simple random sampling with customers, there is no chance one can use simple random sampling with customers. There is no chance. And there are few other things as well. For example, what kind of questionnaire has been utilized and what statements have been utilized. I go into and look into those statements and read those statements in light of the framework that they are testing. And if I see that the statements actually do not measure or do not actually help measuring the relationship, I reject the paper. Again, discussion. If they haven't discussed the why aspect as to why this relationship is significant or insignificant, I reject the paper. So these are the few things. Analytically, I'm not bothered one bit about analytics. Although I myself work in analysis, teach analysis, but this is not important. Analysis is something that is, we have created something out of analysis. But analysis is way far back. If you have done reliability, you've done validity, and you have reported your results properly, that's it. Nothing else required. So these are the things that I look into. Yes, your next question, please.
The last question is, what is the magic formula for publishing?
Okay. Well, even I am still searching for the formula, but for me, if you are asking my opinion, that how alhamdulillah I have been able to publish during the past 3 years, of rather 2017, 18, 19 and 20, during the past 4 years, or specifically the last 2 years, if I've been able to publish 20 papers in the last 2 years. So what's the magic formula for me? There are only two, or rather set of formula. The first one being, I try to read as much as possible. So whenever I am doing something, and reading in terms of methodology that is being used by researchers, and secondly, reading in terms of how latest research is contributing to existing research. And second thing, you should know where to write, what to write, and how to write. And again, this is associated with reading. To all these participants, if you want to publish, the problem is Fahim Saab asked a very pertinent and very important question. What's the magic formula? Do not rush. A number of people in this list have sent me their literature reviews. A number of people in this list. And the only problem that I see is that you are always rushing to complete your work. Always rushing to complete what you have done. Do not rush. Research takes time and patience. Read as much as possible and then identify whether what you have read is actually reflected in what you are writing. This is the magic trick for publication. I'm not sure whether I'll be able to publish another paper or not. The day I publish one, I'm not sure whether I'll be able to publish the next or not. But my approach is this. I try to read as much as possible to identify what is prevalent in existing research. Second, I focus on, or rather, I know what to write, where to write, and how to write. And third, I do not rush. Previously, I used to do, but now I take my time. I now write a paper maybe in 6-7 months, and then I try to publish it. Previously, I used to do it in 2 months, maybe 1 month as well. So this is the formula that I use. I hope it helps. Thank you. Yes, Madam, please ask your question. Madam Sabia Mufti, please.
Assalamualaikum, sir.
Walaikum salam, ma'am.
Alhamdulillah, really very fine.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Pleasure.
In today's world, how much is diversified research interesting? Nowadays it's like we should do a diversified research. How much is it important and how could we do it?
Okay, now it's very important. You know what I was able to publish as well. If you look into my papers, what I've done is I have used the concept in pure business and management in education sector. Like corporate social responsibility, a pure business and management concept, and I have diversified that concept and used it in universities. Servant leadership, a pure business and management concept, and I have put it in higher education. So cross-discipline research is very important. You should know how to use these concepts, these techniques in different, areas and put it in different disciplines. That's how you can add to existing research as well in a different manner. And then there is a very high chance of publication as well. Now there are a few questions that are posted online. One is on the types of systematic review. So there are different reviews. There could be a narrative review. There could be meta-analysis. There could be mixed methods. There could be normal systematic literature review as well. If you want to go into detail, there are thousands of books or literature or tutorials available online on different types of systematic reviews. You can look into it. What normally do is I go into content analysis of the existing research literature. I find 20, 200, 300 papers that have been written within that particular span of time from like 2001 to 2020. I go through those papers, identify the information that I want to review and put it in a table, and then summarize those tables. This is my approach for writing systematic literature review. I published one, I'm working on another one. So this is my approach for systematic literature review that I later use for my literature writing, of my papers as well. There is another question on common method bias. You can avoid by taking data from multiple sources, different type of segments in your organization, maybe different types of people at different levels, and then you can check it as well statistically by using Herman single factor test. Yes, next question please. Next question please. Anyone else who's got a question, please? Okay, so if you nobody, yes, Fahim Saab, please. Yes, I agree. There are others available as well, but nothing in statistically has been subjected to criticism. Even Forner and Larker is subjected to criticism, but still used. But even in papers from 2021, Harman single factor test has been utilized. There are other approaches in Amos as well. Common latent factor, you can use that as well, but that is in Amos. I'm not sure. In SMART-PLS, I'll have to look, but I normally use one single Harman single factor test, and it goes fine. It's but there are other approaches as well. I recently looked into one, and that was starting with O something. So I forgot its name. So we can have, obviously, you can enlighten us about the other approaches as well tomorrow, inshallah. Yes, most definitely you are going to get slides, you are going to get all the papers, you are going to get Scholar, Google Scholar search strings that I have, example search strings that I have built. You are going to get all the material that I have used during this workshop. This is something that is openly available. Anyone who needs it you can even share it with others. The only thing that I request you not to share with others is the link to this session, this Zoom session, because you have paid for it. So please do not share it with others. The second thing I would request not to share is when I'm going to share the recording with you people. So do not share that recording with others, because I plan to do these sessions every 3 months or 4 months or 5 months. So please do not kick my bread and butter. Thank you very much. So please avoid doing that. Yes, please. Next question. Next question, please. Yes, please.
Can I ask you a question? It might be very basic, sir.
It's okay. No question is basic. Something that is basic for you might be advanced for someone else.
Sir, when I read the abstract and I've come down to introduction, everything seems very interesting, right? But I'm not able to find out what information I'm getting.
Yes.
Because should I go for the introduction part, or should I come down part by part, or should I draw some inferences from the
Okay. Acha, let me show you something. Let me show you my approach, how I do it. It's been fruitful for me. You might disagree, you might not like it, but it's been fruitful for me. So let me share this approach with you. My approach is that once I decide on the topic of my research, I put in the structure of my paper, the abstract, then I write the introduction, then I mention the literature review, and you see these highlighted things you might see in comments as well. Then I write the headings for every section. Every section heading is in there, every single section heading, and there are comments as well. This is something I'm working on these days. So these are comments, these are headings, comments, headings. So once the headings are there, and while I'm reading the paper, if I find something that is relevant and I understand that this can go into this particular section, I just copy it and put it there. Now again, a word of advice. Do not worry about plagiarism while you are writing your paper or thesis. Some of the students, what they do is they start rephrasing right there and then. For God's sake, you haven't yet understood the concepts. You haven't yet understood the jargon. You haven't yet understood what the concept means, how it relates. How can you rephrase it? So you identify, develop a structure for your thesis or your paper. And while you are reading, just put those things in those sections. Another approach is use this Excel sheet and put the information in here if you want to write in the end. And another thing that I mentioned earlier, I'm working on the software. Hopefully that will be completed in two months time, and it's a software based and it's focused on storing information just the way you do it in Excel. But from Excel you cannot extract the information easily, you cannot query it. So that software will have queries in it, lots of queries that you can use to extract information what you have stored. So hopefully within 2 months time that software will be freely available with and I'm going to do a session or two, free sessions. Obviously, that will be free session, free everything for that software. So I hope that comes around as well. I hope, ma'am, your question is answered. Yes, Mr. Abdullah. Yes, please.
Yes, okay. I want to ask about the section. It was very
Okay. Yes, please.
Yes. Okay, suppose I have some
Mm-hmm.
some mediation. Okay. Suppose that what I am collecting with the mediation is
Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
okay. And I found a significant mediation.
Okay.
But you said it is not enough to say that it is significant.
Yes. 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 Okay. Okay. Now let me give you an example. So what is mediation? X influences Y, Y influences Z. This is mediation, and your results are significant. Now, based on the literature review, what you do is you establish that yes, there is a causal chain of relationship. Based on your literature review or existing literature, you identify that existing research has already shown that X influences Y and Y then influences Z. Why? So, or rather than, let's rephrase it so that I can use the word Y, A, B, C. So you checked on this mediating role, on mediating relationship. So when you are putting it in the discussion, just hold on. So when you are discussing about this, you need to explain how A influences B and that later B influences C, and why this relationship of A and B is significant and B and C is significant. And then you can say that since A influences B and B influences C, and this is what you found in your mediation, this is the reason for this mechanism of impact from A to C. This is the reason for this causal chain of relationship. So you have to divide your discussion for mediation between the relationship between A and B and B and C. So you have to give logic or explanation as to why A influences B and B influences C. So once you explain this logic of how A influences B and B influences C, this actually explains the causal chain of relationship that you wanted to test in your study. Yes, next question, please. Yes. No. You have to base the logic or the relationship that you found significant or the mediation that you found significant on rationale. And that rationale is that since A is influenced, so what is mediation? A influences B, B influences C. Now you have to give this reason that why is A influencing B and B is influencing C. So you have to divide your reasons into two steps. How A influences B and B influences C based on existing research that you have referred to in the literature review as well. I hope this answers the question. Yes, you can say yes. Yes, another comment that has come is that you have to also add this statement in your discussion that A is not directly affecting C, but it is through B. And then you explain that since A is influencing B and B is influencing C, this is the reason there is mediation. So this further explains the why aspect. Thank you, Riyasa, for your support. Thank you. Yes, please. Anyone else who's got a question? Yes, please. Thank you, thank you. I'm glad you liked it. Thank you. Ji Fahim Saab, yes, please. Please, please. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Right. Mm-hmm. Right. I've got a paper. Yes, yes. I've got a paper on, if I'm not wrong, it was on servant leadership, where they looked into the antecedents of servant leadership, and it was by AMA 2018. I'll send you that paper, or at least if I don't have the paper, I'll send you the title of the paper. Sure, 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 sure. Yes, 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 yes. With servant leadership. Yes, yes, you are right. Yes, if I'm not wrong, yes, it was. If I remember it correctly, it was. It might be another paper, but this is what I recall. I have read that paper, and I think it's the paper by AMA 2018. Yes. No, 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 independent variable. They actually situated their gap based on the fact that there hasn't been much research on antecedent of servant leadership. So they proposed the antecedents of servant leadership, and then obviously tested those antecedents and on the effectiveness of servant leadership. Anytime. Okay. Anyone else who's got a question? Yes, Hussein. Anyone else? Question, please. Okay, then. I'll share the material with you. I hope today's session would have helped you clear some doubts. I'm available on WhatsApp. You can private message me or message me in the group if you've got any confusions, any questions, any queries. Please feel free to ask, and I'll share the materials as well. And